right now. I'm grabbing my laptop and heading back home. So I'll probably be a little late on putting the hearing into the space, but I'm going to do the best I can here. So just bear with me. I'm going to need a lot of help today.
Listen, I don't mind. I got you. I'll be being general traveling a little bit today, but this is, by the way, you guys share this space out. We're going to be covering the testimony from Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger in front of Congress today around the CTIL PSYOP file drop and whistleblower. And so I expect this to be pretty explosive testimony all the way around. So it's going to be wild. If you haven't listened, Trash has it in his highlights tab. Our previous space where Matt Taibbi came in and talked to us about CTIL after Trash went through, despite battling through the crud that's going around right now. Trash went through, read all three parts of their like explosive bombshell report, which essentially, so that you divide them up, put together some of the pieces that we were missing around the censorship industrial complex. Most specifically, the time between 2018 and 2019, like 2018 and 2019, around some of how all of this just madness worked. Probably to me, the most explosive part of the entire deal had to be the revelation. And again, I've been saying this since the Twitter files dropped, that it wasn't just censoring people like us who they did like what we were saying. It was going directly taking aim at artificially boosting and sending psyops to disrupt, infiltrate, and otherwise cause problems in truth seeking and truth telling communities. And so, right, and Carolina, I know you've also been, right, like hammering this and the victim of a lot of this bullshit of, right, they actually lay out very specifically how they will inject fake information next to the other information that's being provided, how they will send people in to cause division in leadership groups, right? So they wanted to go in and cause problems by creating spats between different factions so that they could divide up these various truth-seeking groups so that, right, it overall harmed getting the message out. And God knows what else. I will personally, like, I was really excited. So I wanted to, when I heard this, Ben Collins, the hack at NBC News, who is always the one reporting on, oh, there's a Facebook group that's telling people to drink bleach as an alternative to the COVID, and just nonsense story after. When I read this stuff, it just kept coming back to like all the reporting I remember him doing, quote unquote reporting. And well, I asked, it's funny because Taibbi was like, yeah, actually, he specifically is like mentioned in some of these documents that they have. Now, we don't know exactly what that is yet, but I'm excited to get to the bottom of it and hear what the testimony is able to bring out today. Name, normally, me and you are pretty pessimistic about the Weaponization Committee and whether or not this is more than just a giant news clout chasing news opportunity for the heads of it. But I have a feeling that we might get some new information today. What do you think?
I think we will, especially. I'm driving, by the way, so if I hit a patch, I'll just come back up. But he did release a YouTube files, which is also something I've been working on. It's pretty much done. I've just been procrastinating putting it out. I've been pretty bad about that. But the main issue here, too, reading through that thread that Jordan put out today on YouTube, is YouTube is filled with State Department, career State Department people that are in charge of content moderation. So I haven't put it out. I have told the committee about it, so they're aware of it. That's typically what I do is I give my research to those people first, or Missouri v. Biden lawyers, whatever, and then I publish it out on Twitter. But they're well aware of it ahead of time, so that's what's more important. And I am optimistic based on certain conversations I've had recently that the revolving door will become part of what they expose. And I can't say certain things, but I know certain people have been subpoenaed or brought in for transcribed interviews behind closed doors. So we've talked about it before, how they piecemeal this stuff out, and that really is the right way to do it. I know it gets frustrating for all of us because we know how much is out there, but this is just the way they're going to have to do it. The YouTube file thing today was another, the government's pressured, and yeah, they did. But come on, we're talking about Google and YouTube here. These people were on board, Eric Schmidt. I mean, these own people that manage Google and YouTube. I mean, come on. Do we need to guess that they were pressured? And by the way, just as with Meta and our friend Aaron Berman, Meta brought in a career CIA to set up all their censorship, misinformation stuff. Google did the same thing, and the woman's name is Jacqueline Lepore. It's in my thread from 9 months ago. She's a career CIA. She brought in and she set up it says in her own LinkedIn, every single intelligence program or AI system, whatever, at Google and YouTube. She specifically set up the YouTube intelligence desk. Okay, this is a career CIA person. So she briefed all the C-suite executives on COVID during the entire pandemic. So you have career CIA people inside Meta and Google and YouTube running all of the content moderation and censorship. That is the elephant in the room, my friends. The Weaponization Committee is aware of it. They're going to get to it eventually. I am optimistic about that based on recent conversations, but we'll see. I've been very patient, as I assume you know, but we'll see. Today will be good. I think there'll be some filibustering. We'll see what the Democrats do. I don't know why he dropped the YouTube thing today, but I think the big focus might be on the CTIL little scandal operation they were running. But we'll see how that goes.
Well, so I've been saying since the Twitter files came out that as bad as what we saw from Yoel Roth and the other people inside Twitter, that I believed that whatever we got from Google and YouTube and Meta, if we ever got the same kind of look inside what they were doing, it would pale. Like what we got in the Twitter files would be small in comparison, which is
Well, I'm
right.
going to tell you. I'm going to tell you one thing. All these emails that Jim Jordan keeps publishing in Facebook files and then this morning on YouTube files, half those names on there that are redacted are former CIA, NSA people, just so you know, and I've confirmed that. I know that for a fact, especially on Facebook. Aaron Berman's name is on almost every one of those emails. I know that.
Right, because you've been
Why are they covering for him, right?
well, and that is really the ultimate question. I think why we have so much concern about the committee, which is how many of the Republicans were also benefiting in some way from having this intelligence apparatus embedded inside social media companies? And make no mistake, these are the kind of influence operations that we have deployed against other countries for a long time to help affect regime change or to influence their elections to get pro-Western, quote unquote, pro-Western people elected, people who, right, we felt that we could work with. And so the thing that I think that we're going to see, if this is covering YouTube, Google, and Facebook, whatever they have, at least there was some even tepid pushback in the Twitter files. Even guys like Yoel Roth would occasionally be like, yeah, I don't know, this isn't really like with our terms of service. I don't think there was any of that pushback from YouTube and Facebook, right? I think they were happy to act as the official arm, censorship arm of the government. And so I think there's a lot of room. And the CITIL stuff, what I'm really interested about, and I think what could be most damaging for the social media companies is the participation in offensive operations, right? And right, it's one thing to say we have to draw a line on censorship, and right, this is inbounds and this isn't inbounds, and I think we all know how bad the mistakes that were made as far as drawing that line. It is another thing to create bot farms, sock puppet accounts, to put misinformation embedded in, right? And we warned people when we talked about, like when we did the Pizzagate space the other night, we warned people that there is real information, right? And when that to help cover up that real information, they will put fake information so that the Ben Collinses of the world can point at the fake information in order to discredit the real information that it's sitting next to. And the fact that those operations were being funded and directed by the United States government is right makes Missouri v. Biden and the government's abuse of the First Amendment, it makes that case for us, right? Because for
And Dustin, how much help did they get? This is what I'm also interested in, of how what all the documents that Schellenberger Taibbi have on this CITL situation. Uh, Not a far stretch to assume that they had help from the other revolving door CIA people working in Meta and Google to push and help with that offensive to dilute the platforms with the disinformation and the bot farms and stuff they were doing. I mean, come on, we know that that was most likely happening as well. So we'll see.
absolutely, and I think the other big thing that like I'm looking for is we know that there were uh, English and Israeli like intelligence community participation in the CITL stuff. And so how much foreign influence, right? And name, you've covered the Foreign Malign Influence Center, because we cannot have foreign influence meddling in our elections. I'm also curious to see if that's flushed out, like some of the foreign intelligence community participation, and whether they were doing that specifically to try to provide cover for the U.S. agents not violating, right? Like this is how they end run the Constitution, by putting together these agreements with foreign intelligence groups. I'm really curious to see if we get some of that flushed out in this. Patrick, what's up? Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you guys. And I initially jumped up, Trash, because I was just coming off my space. I had music queued up to help you get it going, but hit was started off running. I think for me, like I remember when Bree highlighted that after the Church Committee in 1980, I forget the name of the act, the State Department, CIA, FBI were specifically not allowed to conduct domestic propaganda or influence these types of things. And I believe it was in 2012, the Defense Authorization Act, that that law was very quietly amended. And you know, as I looked at your research, Trash, and others, and Matt and Michael's article, you know, they'd already started to build this infrastructure. And I just, it's just laughable that 1,400 intelligence folks would just volunteer. I mean, at some point, the average, I feel like one of these events is going to really hit home, and the American people are going to be livid. I hope it's this one, but I'm really curious to hear what happens today. And I'm not going to take up a speaker slot because I don't have a whole lot more to add. Um, if you need music, let me know, Trish.
Appreciate that. And I think you're talking about the Smith-Mundt Act amendment passed through the Obama administration, which allowed for the deployment of propaganda against the U.S. citizens. And really, a lot of this shit, I think they were doing it before, and there's some retroactively covering your ass. But that really took the wheels off as far as like these kind of operations specifically. You guys, Trash is putting a heroic effort in today. He is sick and struggling, so I really appreciate you powering through to get through this, Trash. And I'm looking forward to hearing the
Yeah,
hearing, brother.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, I just left my office, got my laptop. See, I had planned this space because I knew I could play the laptop from my office, so I could play the hearing. But I am clearly this is going to be all the strength that I have for today, and I'll be back in bed by the afternoon. But not really sure what's going on. I'm not sure if it's Rona or not. I really don't know. But a lot of coughing, some fevers, up and down. But anyway, so let me talk about a couple of things. Number one, yeah, Smith Munt. I think that's important. Obviously, it laid groundwork. They were probably doing a lot of this, but they really hadn't. They really hadn't harnessed the power of the internet and social media in the way that they were starting to do it. Post 2012, 2013 with that Smith Mundt Act. But you notice there's a specific date that this whole thing started, and it's 2017. And this is something when Matt Taibbi was on the space the other day, I had asked him about it. And I said, hey, like think about this for a minute, right? We saw in the CTIL files that there was a meeting at the Obama White House before Trump came in. And at that same meeting, and around that same time in 2017, you have this Terp lady who lays the groundwork. By the way, funny enough story, her entire GitHub of all of her censorship tools that she built is still out there today. I went through it the other day. Thank you, Rose, for sending that to me. This woman has all this stuff out there. She has all of it. It's all out there. So I will share that at another time. But I wanted to point out something in that 2017 area because you had David Brock, right, bringing Media Matters, establishing Crew, which we are seeing today. Crew is still being used right now. Trennis Evans, if you haven't seen his post, Crew is going after the Trump administration within Colorado. And that's Crew that's doing it. This was established by David Brock and Michael Teeter in 2017 at this meeting. And you guys can go find my thread and my spaces on this. But that 2017 memo, at the same time, this Terp lady, with the help of intelligence communities, built out this entire propaganda, offensive, censorship, mis and disinformation apparatus known as CTIL, all around the same date. So, I think we all know where this leads. Just like when I said with all the Joe Biden stuff and the Hunter Biden stuff, the Blue Star strategies. There's a hearing on Blue Star coming up very soon. Sally Painter, who came out of the Hillary Clinton camp, she was the Blue Star was the go between like Burisma and Burisma's bagman. The name forgets me. You guys have to bear with me. I'm a little sick today. Uh, there's a hearing come up on them. I did a space on that with Andy Teleshenko. Go listen to that if you need a refresher. It's excellent. But all of this was built out around the same time and was operating around the same time, post 2013 into 2014, 15, 16, and then 17. And it really went full on in 2017, both on the internet, social media companies, legacy media, and our legal system. And it all came at the same time. And so I just would like to point that out. And I'd asked Matt about that. He said, actually, that kind of lines up. So I think he's going to be looking into it on that. So anyway, I just wanted to add that because it's kind of bring this picture together of, well, Trump's in, and now the soft coup begins, and that's essentially what we've been living through since 2017.
I think a could not be more clear, and it's reflected in even some of the videos we played that were in the Schellenberger series, right, that came out. They treated Donald Trump's election as an existential crisis, that there was no means that did not justify the ends as far as stopping or trying to stop the terrible orange man who is destroying. Oh, shit. Sorry, hold on, guys.
No, I think that's a good point. I'll wait for him to come back. But no, it's a good point.
You you have to like another thing. Obviously, you have to add to this. I'm not pulling like a you know who hijacking here, trash, but you know yeah, I know LifeLog, DARPA, whatever, that Google, Facebook, people say, okay, yeah, they were originally CIA products. That may be true or whatnot, but they were fully weaponized and turned into basically arms of the intelligence community after Trump got elected. 2017 and specifically 18 is where both companies were flooded with over, well, legitimately over 300 and they're running and building and running all their in-house intelligence censorship operations, and they're still there today. So that's part of that soft coup of using social media and the CTIL project, and got all, the NGOs and the disinfo research funded, government funded organizations to do a full onslaught offensive on social media, uh, with the goal of obviously not getting Trump reelected, and then the side goals of censorship of COVID, climate change. I mean, all these other things. These people are working on all these issues, but part of this entire apparatus is the revolving door, and these companies having in-house CIA setting this entire apparatus up, and likely, as I said earlier, working with CTIL. And I know that Berman's, personal friends with Duresta, Stamos, Starbird. You've heard all these names before. So it's all one gigantic group, and and these names will keep coming up over and over again. I think Trash, is it correct? Duresta was involved in the CTIL project too, or in some way. Yeah, so like all these people are intertwined and working together. It's a total scandal and a conspiracy, not a conspiracy theory, but they worked together in different ways to basically take down Trump, make sure he didn't get elected. And social media was a big way they used that.
Well, and keep in mind, guys, like all of this information is coming from whistleblowers inside, like, and apparently they gave Schellenberg and Taibbi just an absolute dump of information, and they're going to be bringing out more stuff over the coming months. Like like Matt said the other night in our space, he said, "Oh, we're just getting started." He said, "I don't know." He said he's going to try to do a second piece after the hearing today, if you can get to it. But this is going to be coming out over months. That's how much data they have. And from what I can tell, I mean, we've seen this, right? Like with what Kyle Seraphin has done with the suspendables, and all these people coming out of these different, all these whistleblowers coming out of these different governmental agencies, Health and Human Services, DHS, all of them. We're going to see that, I think, with this. And and as crazy as it is, if you guys want to know what the hell I'm talking about, if you're just now getting to this and you don't know, down in the chat, I threaded all three of Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger's releases 2 days ago, and that we had a space on. It's all down there. And there's a lot of concerning things in there. We know about the censorship of Americans. We know there's a few things that I'd like to note, though. Sorry, motorcycle. Number one is what they did in Turkey. You really need to go read that down in that thread, what they did in Turkey. And then number two, the programs that they set up with both sock puppet accounts, bots, and disruptors. So people that were infiltrating private groups or infiltrating like grassroots groups and basically just trying to muck it all up and destroy it. We see a lot of that today. I'm not naming names. I don't need to. You guys know it as well as I do. You see it all the time. It's always out there. That's why I tweeted out the butterfly the other day. Anyway, so it's out there, it's happening, but I would go look at that. It's really concerning what they did in Turkey, though, because that involved actually explosions, bombs, things like that. So this is a serious weaponization and a complete disregard for the sovereignty of any American citizen, and it's absolutely insane. Laura, you can go ahead and get in here, and then, guys, I'm still driving. I will get the hearing on. I'll probably be home in about 20 minutes.
Yes, I know you're driving, but I texted you that if you need medicine to let me know so I can have it shipped to you.
Oh no, I'm loaded up. I've got all kinds of stuff.
Hi, thank y'all so. I was on Facebook, not Twitter. I'm an election investigator, citizen auditor. My husband was sanctioned $20,000 and told that we had poked the bear and the bear was biting back. And if we tried to appeal, that he would be sanctioned even more. Threatened to put a lien on our family farm if we didn't pay the $20,000 immediately. Completely lawfared because we had direct, clear, convincing evidence that the voting systems conducting our elections were deficient in meeting the standards of Texas law, severely deficient, 6 out of 10 of the voting system standards, completely violated, supported by election records, court transcripts, county commissioners' court transcripts, voter affidavits, poll worker affidavits, had all the goods. And here I was on Facebook trying to assemble, trying to protest, trying to get people involved. And so now I'm hearing all of this, right? We knew it was happening in some way, but didn't understand the apparatus. How, as we, the injured, right, that have been at the front line fighting this, how can we backtrack up like to our personal self? So our county accepts $268,000 from Facebook. They refused to allow my husband to run campaign ads, but the incumbents that silenced us on Facebook. And that's what we're trying to figure out. Was it the county judge? Was it the election administrator? Who on the county level was flagging us? Would they send it to the Secretary of State and then the Secretary of State would send it to CISA? Or what was the chain of events so that if I'm going and performing my Public Information Act request and trying to figure out which which elected official or appointed official was flagging, how, do I ask at the county level? Is it at the state level? How are they getting the directives? How would they see it? Would it be somebody at Facebook that would say, oh, look, Lori's talking about unknowable and unrecoverable elections, pull her off the internet? So which level of government was flagging us?
So right, without knowing specifically, like your instance, Lori, what numbers we've gotten are astronomical. I believe 50,000. Was it 50,000? Name 50,000 requests a
Per day.
day,
Per day.
coming
Yes,
in from the
yes.
government officials to censor people.
Okay.
So right, the answer pretty much is all of them,
Oh,
which is right. What we kind of learned in the Twitter files is that they kind of resisted. They kind of resisted. They started to allow.
Can you check your DMs, Dustin, real quick?
Yeah, I'll check them just here in a minute. By the way, anyone else who has like DMs out to me, I'm like a full week behind. So, yeah, my bad on that. I will try to get through them when we settle up here in New Jersey here in a little bit. We've been on the road and dealing with some other stuff, but I'll definitely go check those, Carolina. But so, right, the issue is with the Twitter files is it started slowly, and then before you knew it, every government official everywhere was demanding shit be taken down. Right. And it kind of just showed the authoritarian tendencies of these incumbents and established power of like once they knew that they could do this, they everybody wanted in on the action. So right, I hate to say it, but it's gonna take some time before we get the kind of WikiLeaks style database. Although Taibbi did tell us something that I thought was pretty encouraging, and Elon Musk said something after the viral clip of him telling the advertiser boycotters to go F themselves, right? Um, he said after that, and you had to listen to the entirety of the interview, that, right, even if it destroys the company, he will meticulously outline exactly how they did it. And I was struck by his change in tone and the timing of the current release in a way that I thought was pretty interesting. And Taibbi told us as well that unlike the Twitter files, where they had some reasons, right, probably legitimate reasons, not to release the bulk of the data in some kind of like WikiLeaks style data dump, this current batch of data, he doesn't have the same concerns. And so that there's a chance that we will at some point have a public database for all of us to who were censored like this, for us to go back and retroactively look at our specific cases in a way that I think could be interesting. But I'm sorry you went through that, Lori.
Yeah, and so actually, I know that Heather. So I don't know if you guys know Catherine Engelbrecht and Greg Phillips are. They did a lot of work in the Georgia election stuff. They created a website called Open.inc, and we actually Heather Mullins and myself we did a space on it a couple weeks back when they were opening it up, and that is going to be a basically like an open source intelligence data dump type hosting service, and they've really protected the servers on it. And so I'm pretty sure that I think Heather is linking up with Taibbi now because they talked about it on the space. So once that happens, all that stuff's going to be uploaded there. I also need to get in touch with Millie to get the Sunrise Zoom calls added to that collection as well. Um, so we will be able to go through it. Hopefully, that's in motion now. So there's an answer to that as well.
That's a great call about the Sunrise Zoom calls, making sure, right, if compiling all of this information coming out in all these different places into one place where everybody who does this kind of research, right, and I see a lot of you guys in the room who have added and contributed to like our broad understanding of what's going on. In fact, I would venture to guess, right, that we largely led the way on a lot of this stuff, which is that a lot of the stuff that's coming out, we've discussed in these spaces before, right? We didn't always have the same level of receipts, but we were able to reverse engineer some of the censorship on purpose because it's at its core, there's an element of psychological manipulation and behavioral modification. They want you to know what you're not supposed to talk about. They wanted you to know so that you stopped doing it and you self-censored. And right,
They call that digital literacy and pre-bunking. Talked about that yesterday.
no,
Crazy.
and the stuff about cognitive infrastructure, right? I also don't want to just gloss cognitive infrastructure over because this is the insane like logic pretzel twisting nonsense, right, that allowed them to try to justify in the name of national security every time they want to take our rights and do effed up shit to the American people. They hide behind this national security, and the way they did it this time, as released in these CTIL files, is right by calling it cognitive infrastructure, which is like your thoughts, right? The way people's thoughts are constructed, and right that they had to like make sure that they were reinforced and controlled in order to protect us from our thoughts. I mean, this is it, it's so Orwellian. It's almost like right, like Orwell didn't go far enough. It's pretty nuts. Anyway, what's up, Groff? Good to see you.
Hey, good morning. I don't know for sure, but I was just had a question about whether or not these former intelligence agents that are now working with social media, and they're actively working with Five Eyes groups, intelligence, foreign intelligence. Are they subject to FARA violations, or are they just exempt from it? Is that a special deal within our government to say, oh, we're going to overlook that? Is that something that can be looked into? I mean, I don't know for sure. I just wanted to know.
I don't think so personally. I can't speak on the CITL part of it and those any former intelligence, or is anyone really former intelligence, right? I'm not sure about that, but I think the ones that are hired by Meta and Google, they would be exempt from that. I mean, because they're under that umbrella and they're just doing their job there. But and by the way, they have in Meta, they'll have these career State Department. I'm talking one guy I found. I was like, this guy is not State Department. I mean, he was in a different country every 2 years for 20 years, and now he's the head of content moderation or whatnot for the sort of Africa, Middle East region of Meta. And it's like, so no, my answer to that, Groff, would be no, because they're under the umbrella of Meta as an employee now. So I don't think that would, no.
Well, and a lot of this actually are government funded anyway. So, I mean, the money is coming from our government, well, taxpayer dollars, in a 6-time failed audit, Department of Defense. So, I mean, they're not. So they're not receiving money for influence from foreign countries per se. They may be doing influence on foreign countries, but it's receiving it from the U.S. government. At least that's what these files are showing.
Well, and I want to point this out because it's funny how sometimes just timing works out weird. I put out a couple days ago, right, that everybody needed to be alert of disruption, distraction, and disinformation ops currently happening, right? And right, I didn't tweet that out with some kind of foreknowledge that this was coming. I just was able to notice that every time I brought somebody up that I didn't recognize, right, that I wasn't already previously following, they were trying to disrupt the conversation by taking us down tangents or steering us to their specific topic and trying to keep us away or from pursuing certain lines of questioning. The distraction campaigns, right, which is jump in, same type of the disruption thing, right? Come in, stir shit up, cause drama between different groups, right? The distraction, trying to get us to other issues that are off topic that we don't have really any control over, and then disinformation, right? And you see this a lot around like the more intense, dark stuff, right? Where they'll include stuff. Carolina, I mean, you were organizing around, right? And if you guys aren't familiar with Carolina and her work on the COVID stuff, Carolina essentially organized all of the freedom, truth-telling doctors and voices in order to put a coordinated message out that countered the official narrative around COVID. Was part of the lawsuit against Twitter before Elon bought it in 21 with Dr. McCullough, right? And I think Dr. Malone, I don't remember. But you also, Carolina, tell people just about some of how you experienced these kinds of disruption, distraction, and disinformation psyops.
Absolutely. So when COVID hit Italy, and we had some of the whistleblowers giving us information on the autopsies that were being conducted against the World Health Organization's orders, we found out the measurement of the virus. We found out information. So I noticed that people were being censored for saying that turmeric, was good for inflammation, and that you needed to have garlic and get tonic water and just so on. It just didn't make sense. We monitored not only what the ICD codes were being, delivered, but we also monitored the PCR testings as well as, the death certificates and just, I know we got John Bodine. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but he's FOIA, his entire state's death certificates to figure out what was going on. So at this point, we had a lot of boots on the ground. I ran over 3,000 rallies at the national level, and I coordinated with, thousands of admins to do, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of rallies at the global level. And we encounter in 2021 extreme heavy censorship. And so I ran Peter McCullough's account, and along with like over to 300 doctors. I mean, I would have them come to Nashville or wherever we were having to convert the rally networks into conference settings. So we went from rally networks because Antifa, BLM, all of those paid actors started, pepper spraying people, targeting people, harassing people. So then we moved into a closed door conference setting. I think I had a meeting with Dr. Richard Urso right after their monumental, you know, uh, video that went viral speaking against the censorship and all of that information that they put together, outside of the Supreme Court. So I documented this information myself. I documented the real time censorship, as like I said, I kind of utilized McCullough's account as a reference to advise the legal team that was doing Twitter at the time, which we would have never saw it coming that Elon was going to buy Twitter. So that kind of discombobulated things. I mean, the lawsuit got a slap in the wrist, said Section 230, blah, blah, blah. They can do whatever they want. So we got a lot of other issues that we can dissect on just how they operated on utilizing loopholes. Now, the backdoors that I discovered, there were a lot of backdoors to what they were doing. So I experienced that myself because in 2021, my Twitter account was wiped, and I knew that it was done via the back door because when the account was wiped, it was released. And when I had to go in and get a new email account and then claim my user handle in order for me to get that. But everything as of 2009, I had Twitter was completely wiped. Why would they do that? I don't know. But it happened to multiple people. So I was providing this information, to the legal team that was going to be suing over medical censorship and censorship overall. Now, we followed as well the situation with Meta. We kept up all the records that were being FOIA'd by like really incredible journalists and people as well. So all this is meticulously documented. I'm just kind of glad that finally, is being able to be shared. We were censored for, closer to 3 years before being able to come up here. People like Dustin and Trash, got on the Twitter spaces, wandered off in one of my Twitter spaces where I was doing, Twitter space trainings and who wants to speak. And I said, Trash, look, I'm going to bring about 100 doctors in here that have been censored. And we're just boots on the ground, doing conference settings and getting in front of people at the moment. But we're going to need a place, to take this on virtually, because if this is quote unquote the free censorship platform, we're going to need to speak. And they Trash pulled like 19 hours in a space with me. It was a live space, but thank God, some people recorded it. I was able to get the voice from, the downloads here on Twitter. So this was insane because at the time we had like liberal, crazy Democrat doctors going toe to toe with, our conservative doctors on the science and the data. And this communication should have been taking place, in the very beginning of COVID, but it was not taking place. And we were cheated out of these opportunities because they were censored. And they were not only censored, but they were, harassed and they were, intimidated. I had to create an entire infrastructure to be able to protect doctors with allies and lawyers and you name it, for us to be able to fight this. I've never seen a censorship apparatus ever built in this level of extreme. So I'm excited to see what's going to transpire today. And I'm just here, making notes like crazy because I think the American public deserves to know what really happened.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that, Carolina. And right, I was struck by, and what maybe I'm most excited about that I hope we get more information about are what Schellenberger and Taibbi are calling the offensive capabilities, right? Around sending people in and to infiltrate the private chats and group chats in order to disrupt and cause division and start fights, right, amongst the groups so that you divide them up and they're no longer as effective as they were. There's also, it was a very small thing in the original batch, but something that jumped out to me because I lived it was also debanking capabilities, right? And I hope that we get an expansion out of exactly how these, how CITIL and these other censorship, they were able to coordinate with financial institutions to remove people's ability to bank. We saw that with the trucker convoy. Me and Jen lived through it. We're starting to see it happen more and more and more. And so I'm really curious. Savvy, good morning. Great to see you, Savvy, in the house.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really, really sorry I'm late. I did not know we were getting started this early. I had in my mind like noon, so I'm literally neck deep in IRA distribution paperwork. And I saw the Trash's text with the link. I'm like, what's happening? I've been up since about 2:45 this morning, so my brain is already mush. So I really do apologize, guys. Good
Hey,
morning,
Gabby.
Crash.
Good to
I'm
you.
glad you're not. I'm glad you're still thriving and surviving with us. That you are not in the trash bin, a garbage can in the sky.
I have indeed not ascended to the garbage can in the sky yet, but I'm feeling like it's pretty close. I've got my NACs, I got my zinc, magnesium, elderberry stuff, D and C vitamin. I've got all that stuff, so it should be getting better. I'm almost home, guys, and this is actually a really good opportunity because we know when hearings start, like it's a lot of nonsense in the beginning, and like the minority wants to speak, the opposition, and they just say really dumb stuff. So this is going to give me an opportunity. I'm almost home. I know the hearing started about an hour ago, so I'll be able to review what's been talked about so far to kind of make this a little bit better. So if you guys can just keep rattling on, I'm about 10 minutes away from my house. So, and then
Oh, Chad,
we can get started.
can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah.
No, actually, I'm not going to ask you any question. I'm going to read it on the thread. But I also wanted to acknowledge the disrespected trucker is down there, and talking about transparency and talking about the way things actually transpire. He's one of two of the very beginning pioneers that put the call. James Ambrosi as well. Both of those guys coordinated in the very beginning and said, "Here, we're going to get a group of guys to go and do this thing." So there's so much information that was purposely censored by not only the chaos agents but by the people that just maneuvered their way into the movements and kind of just hijacked it by using their likeness and their ability to just impress everybody. But he's down there listening, and he's a prime example. If you guys want to follow the disrespected trucker, he's a prime example of what it was like to say, hey, we as American people, we're concerned, we're gonna get up and we're gonna do something, and then had the entire movement just pretty much bought off later on when the guys with the money. We had a combination of paid actors and people that were utilizing like funds to just kind of funnel a way to just take this brave Americans, and throw them off course. So we saw a lot of it, and we were coordinating in the border to kind of just help the soul roast in Canada that were helping the Canadian truckers, and I'm one of the first Americans. I'm actually the first unvaccinated American that was able to make it there, to bring the computers and train them on the type of communication that we were going to use as an alternative. And the chaos agents went in there and said, oh, if you were near Carolina and she touched your computer, burn it. Or so this is a level of deceit that they're willing to go through in order to prevent people from working. I mean, we all lived it up here. Every one of us have had this chaos agents in the groups, trying to sow discord, and not only the discord, but distrust from what we're doing. So I believe 100% that God put us all here together to just embark on the next level of citizen journalism, communications, and the way that media functions. I myself am building the alternatives to a lot of these things. The alternative to ticketing systems, the alternative, to even Linktree. I have my own Linktree, by the way. So we just need to organize the communities. Right now I'm trying to flip a couple of districts that are blue to red in Texas and a couple of other states. So we just really need to focus on what we're doing as American citizens to protect our country first, and make sure that we're not being derailed or just pulled in all angles by our emotions. So we're combined with a lot of high IQ individuals, but my advice here is that we transfer from IQ to EQ, from our emotional quotient here, and really get the boots on the ground and start putting our money where our mouth is. And I think I have the same thing that Trash has. I don't know why when he gets sick I get sick, but thank you guys. So I don't know what is wrong, but I have this really weird cough, and yeah, and I did deal with the fevers a couple, like about a week ago. So I hope you guys get
Yeah,
better.
we went through that like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was nasty for about a week, and then the good news is the recovery on it. You kind of turn the corner and get back to almost full speed pretty quick. So praying for
I
you
don't
guys.
think it was the normal flu, was it?
No,
The
no.
old
Well,
flu
listen. I'm not
I
letting
think it's
anyone.
a COVID strain going around. I know a lot of people with the same thing that, but COVID is what it is. I mean, we all
from
know
the
how
old
to
Ukraine
take care.
labs.
I mean, listen.
Yes.
I'm not letting them shove that thing into my brain, like up my nose cavity to right pretend like they got a accurate test of some kind. I just know that and I had it. We got COVID pretty early, and it was pretty nasty. This wasn't that bad, although listen, it was a shitty week. Right? Why we had. I hope you guys are speedy recovery. But to Carolina's point, and we've talked about this at great length. The playbook they use to disrupt organic grassroots movements, because I've watched it play out in my life over and over and over again, going back to the Ron Paul revolution and then the Tea Party movement and then the early days of MAGA and Donald Trump and the populist movement, right? The way they inject these people, they give them media attention, they give them money, right? They seem to be given the control of the resources in order to move up, even though they're divisive and they don't bring anything but gossip and drama. It's also why, right, you guys will notice, like, both Trash and I are heavy on the block button, and we do not put up with a lot of nonsense. And the reason is that's the only way to prevent these kind of offensive operations to disrupt what you're doing. And so, right, if you come up and you're consistently wasting our time trying to derail conversations, steer us to whatever the bouncy ball thing in the media, right? Like, oh, right, we're talking about CTIL. I want to turn it into a Jew versus Muslim thing. Like, no, get the fuck out of here. We're not putting up with that, right? Like that's the kind of, and we've seen it happen over and over, and we value our time. And if you value your time, right, you won't put up with that kind of nonsense. So don't let them pull you into these drama, gossipy nonsense that just has you like a dog chasing your tail over and over and over again, not getting anything done. I did get it. It does sound like I'm pretty excited about this. America Mission, it looks like our editor in chief, Walt, is actually at the hearing today, too. So we'll get some, hopefully, he'll be able to check in with us live on the ground. I think Ivan Ranklin's also going to be there. Somebody who's a regular pops in around some of this stuff. So it looks like we might even have some people inside the hearing to be able to provide us some real time updates. So I'm pretty fired up for that. You guys, please retweet the space. We're gonna get to the hearing here in just a moment once Trash gets home. He had to run to his office to grab his laptop and then get back home so he can get back curled up, as he is sick as a dog or as a raccoon, if you will. So we're hoping him a speedy recovery, and like we'll start playing the actual hearings in just a moment, and then providing you guys all the commentary thereof. Lori, go ahead, get back in.
I wanted to address Carolina and tell you that I love you. Thank you for everything that you've done the last 4 years. I didn't know. I'm new to Twitter. I was on Facebook side and only recently on Facebook. I've been off social media for 13 years, raising my children, and showed up to a shitstorm battlefield. And so I didn't know a lot of the Twitter folks and the work the Twitter folks were doing here. When we tried to join Twitter, we were just automatically said, no. And it had already reached that type of area. But I wanted to address, I know that you're saying you were coordinating doctors, getting doctors together. What we're talking about here is advanced psychological warfare, and then trying to quantify that injury on all of us, right? Like, I can't go longer than 5 minutes without thinking about how to remedy the injury, right? Like, you get shot in the leg, you're hurt. All you could think about is fixing that gunshot wound. So here, this is evidence that we've all been shot in the head, right? I mean, figuratively. And so we're thinking about, okay, now all we want to do is fix this, right? Remedy the injury. Are there doctors, behavioral scientists, and doctors that focus on psychological warfare and the effects of mass apparatuses like the ones that the cognitive infrastructure, the cognitive literacy. Are there any doctors out there that are talking about the injury to Americans by launching psychological operations against us?
Yes, Lori. So Dr. Peter Bregan is one of the pioneers, and I can tell you right now that even the book for Peter McCullough that he just wrote last references a lot of what he did. I mean, this is a patriot guy who, has fought the system of the industrial medical complex for between him and his wife over 100 years combined. And he's, one of the prime examples of how, chaos agents come in and try to destroy and confuse what's going on. So I'm sorry that you came on to social media where it was a shit show, but it would have been really boring before because nobody was allowed to say anything and they would just get booted out, and have, absolutely no say here. So when we're talking about the conferences, you can go to medicalcensorship.org and you can see a little bit of my trail. Of course, I'm managing the website by myself, so I don't have a way to upload like thousands of pictures and hundreds of, events and conferences that have transpired since 2020. When I started coordinating, trying to get the credentialed guys to speak out. At that point, I think I vetted so many physicians, doctors, lawyers, nurses, and I actually got. Oh yeah, I had a great meeting with Commander Jay Furman as well, who was the whistleblower from the Navy, that actually helped us, shut down the mandate at that level. I had a meeting with him yesterday in Austin. So there's a lot of people that are finally, feeling hopeful, like I can actually go and speak and do something. But I still want to caution people to be diligent and cautious on what you say in social media platforms because, yes, I get it. Elon is saying that it's going to be a freedom platform. He's going to fight for freedom, and I'm the type of person that I, put the other cheek and I forgive people and show me the receipts. And then if you want to continue to fight with me and you're sorry about it, my God, the God that I serve, asks for, repentance and mercy, and who am I to judge? So, we try very, very hard to collaborate, even with those that have failed and were deceived and so on. But, for example, with, this particular individual, Commander Jay Furman, he went through hell. I mean, he went viral, had to ended up, being in Tucker and all sorts of things in order to salvage the image. And see, if he had not gone through that level of being viral, he would have been attacked. I think David is another military guy that helped as well. I think it was Joshua with, I forgot the flyer guys, for the airlines. I mean, it was like one after the other after the other. Jennifer Bridges, who sued Methodist Hospital, and she's, embarking a huge deal that's going to go to the Supreme Court. So, it's a lot that is going on, that people didn't even have an idea that was going on, but is there. And we're working hard. When Dustin, I mean, in one space that I asked Dustin to help us, Trash Dustin, everybody that was in that space, I think we were able to fundraise $10,000 in one sitting, for Dr. Kirk Mork, who's being targeted by the federal government as well. So there's so much going on. I mean, I see here in the audience, Dr. Denver, a lot of people don't know. And, I kind of push these guys to like, be public and speak out and help us here, and I understand, believe me, a lot of the people that are fighting this battle aren't even public. People don't even know they exist, but they're there. They've been boots on the ground, putting the work, doing the research, doing the labor. I myself was behind the scenes. I was not public until I was, the hit pieces rolled out against who is, the Belfo Bonita. And actually they picked a nice picture of me. So I am grateful to those haters and then ugly, nasty Democrats, that at least, they failed and then just pretty much printed my resume out there. And I said, all right, you want to talk about me? I'm going to be public. So let's go toe to toe. We've coordinated a lot of great things here. I mean, Savvy's done some wonderful things in Georgia, and you can't, just like fight everywhere. You have to pick where the battle is. And the way that I started to shut down mandates, was getting in the school boards. And then after we got into the school boards, we got, into the districts that were the most corrupted. So you don't have to fight the battle everywhere and exhaust your resources. You just got to know where to fight. So, help research, put out there on your Twitter. I do searches on Twitter all day long. I mean, I've trained thousands of people to just, fish for information, for data, for, whatever gives us clues as to what is going on. So just put it on your Twitter and use the hashtags and the keywords. And, when we do we try to sweep the internet to see like what is going on. across the globe, on what the apparatus and the censorship people are doing to confuse the American people and the world. So we grab that and we find everything that you put out there. So I encourage people, just do what Trash is doing, put your threads, do your research, combine a bunch of different articles, organize how you combine those articles, and vet that information. And if you can, I mean, just pick up the phone and call the editors and say, what did you mean by this? Or the way I did it. So for example, they targeted, I don't know if you guys remember Dr. Stella Emanuel. I filmed her viral video in her living room, the one that I want an apology. I demand that Fauci gives me an apology, things like that. So just I called her and I said, can I go to your house and literally just film content, and we just throw it out there as well. So you can do that as well. Pick up a phone, pick up the camera, and just start documenting your surrounding, putting it up here, and just keep doing that. Be consistent. So thank you, Lori.
Well, we appreciate you, Carolina, and all the hard work you put in. Again, on the stage, and I'm really excited to have this panel and get going. We have a ton of people who have put in a crap ton of work to dig into different parts, right? And what was cool about coming to Twitter Spaces is a lot of people brought different pieces of the puzzle. And when we all were able to finally start talking with one another, right? Everybody had a little different piece, or maybe had dug down a little bit different of a rabbit hole when we started to put it together. That's how we started to get the mosaic of just how insidious the censorship industrial complex and all of the debanking and the psyops that were deployed against us around COVID, around the elections, and around everything else. Trash, I hope that hand was a signal that you're about ready to go.
I love him.
Yeah, it is. I've got them set up, and I've been kind of like skimming through the first 45 minutes of this. And first of all, it's really aggravating that Stacey Plaskett even gets to talk. Like, non-voting Virgin Islands, like, shut up. And the things that she said were just ridiculous. There's no evidence. Listen, lady. Anyway, and then Mr. Lynch was saying some really stupid stuff. But here's going to be, I'm just going to play Schellenberger and Taibbi's opening statements, and we'll kind of go from there. So just bear with me, guys.
It's give or take. We'll be a little lenient, of course. The microphone in front of you has a clock and a series of lights, and you know how this works: red, green, yellow. It gets to yellow, start winding it down. Gets to red, then you got a little extra time, and then we'll stop. But we'll be lenient with that. Let's start with Mr. Schellenberger. Let's start with Mr. Schellenberger. We'll work right down the line. So, Mr. Schellenberger, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, okay? And the members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting me.
Sounds good, Trash.
All right, cool.
9 months ago, I testified and provided evidence to the subcommittee about the existence of a censorship industrial complex, a network of government agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, government contractors, and big tech media platforms that conspired to censor ordinary Americans and elected officials alike for holding disfavored views. I regret to inform the subcommittee today that the scope, power, and law-breaking of the censorship industrial complex are even worse than we had realized back in March. 2 days ago, my colleagues and I published the first batch of internal files from the Cyber Threat Intelligence League, which show US and UK military contractors working in 2019 and 2020 to both censor and turn sophisticated psychological operations and disinformation tactics developed abroad against the American people. Many insist that all that we identified in the Twitter files, the Facebook files, and the CTI files were legal activities by social media platforms to take down content that violated the terms of service. Facebook, X, formerly Twitter, and other big tech companies are privately owned, people point out, and free to censor content. And government officials are free to point out wrong information, they argue. But the First Amendment prohibits the government from abridging freedom of speech. The Supreme Court has ruled that the government may not induce, encourage, or promote private persons to accomplish what is constitutionally forbidden to accomplish. And there's now a large body of evidence proving that the government did precisely that. What's more, the whistleblower who delivered the CTIL files to us says that its leader, a quote-unquote former British intelligence analyst, was quote-unquote in the room at the Obama White House in 2017 when she received the instructions to create a counter-disinformation project to, quote, stop a repeat of 2016. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency, CISA, has been the center of gravity for much of the censorship, with the National Science Foundation financing the development of censorship and disinformation tools, and other federal government agencies playing a supportive role. Emails from CISA's NGO and social media partners show that CISA created the Election Integrity Partnership, EIP, in 2020, which involved the Stanford Internet Observatory and other U.S. government contractors. EIP and its successor, the Virality Project, urged Twitter, Facebook, and other platforms to censor social media posts by ordinary citizens and elected officials alike. EIP reported that they had a 75% response rate from the platforms and that 35% of the URLs that they reported were either removed, labeled, or throttled or soft blocked. In 2020, the Department of Homeland Security, CISA, violated the First Amendment and interfered in the election, while in 2021, CISA and the White House violated the First Amendment and undermined America's response to the COVID pandemic by demanding that Facebook and Twitter censor content that Facebook itself said was, quote unquote, often true, including about vaccine side effects. All of this is profoundly un-American. One's commitment to free speech means nothing if it does not extend to your political enemies. In his essential new book, Liar in a Crowded Theater, Jeff Kosef, a law professor at the United States Naval Academy, shows that the widespread view that the government can censor false speech and or speech that, quote unquote, causes harm is mostly wrong. The Supreme Court has allowed very few constraints on speech. For example, the test of incitement to violence remains its immediacy. I encourage Congress to defund and dismantle the government organizations involved in censorship. That includes phasing out all funding for the National Science Foundation's Track F, Trust and Authenticity in Communication Systems, and its Secure and Trustworthy Cyberspace track. I would also encourage Congress to abolish CISA in DHS. Short of taking those steps, I would encourage significant guardrails and oversight to prevent such censorship from happening again. In particular, it's very easy to see the line in CISA. They say they're covering physical security, cybersecurity, but they added a third one, cognitive security, which is basically attempting to control the information environment and how people think about the world, including the stories that they tell. Finally, I would encourage Congress to consider making Section 230 liability protections contingent upon social media platforms known in the law as interactive computer services to allow adult users to moderate our own legal content through filters that we choose and whose algorithms are transparent to all of us. I would encourage Congress to prohibit government officials from asking the platforms to remove content, which the Supreme Court may or may not rule unconstitutional next year when it decides on the Missouri v. Biden case. Should the court somehow decide that the government requests for censorship are constitutional, then I would urge Congress to require such requests be reported publicly, instantaneously, so that such censorship demands occur in plain sight. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Schelmer. Mr. Taibbi, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
That's Matt Taibbi now.
Make sure you get the mic on there. Hit the mic there if you could. Just hit the button there. There we go.
Right, sorry about that. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, and members of the committee for giving us the opportunity to speak today. Exactly 1 year ago today, I had my first look at the documents that came to be known as the Twitter files.
Real quick, I can't see their faces, but for those of you that are not watching this, there are 3 people behind Matt Taibbi. 2 of them, I'm assuming it's Ashley Babbitt's mom. They're both wearing Ashley Babbitt t-shirts. And then a third person with an iPad. It looks like there's a sticker on it that says Biden laptop matters. I just wanted to point that out. I can't see their faces. I don't know who it is. I'm assuming it's Ashley Babbitt's mom because she's always in DC. But this Biden laptops matter sticker is hilarious. Anyway, this is Matt Taibbi speaking. I just wanted to give you guys that are not watching this. It's crazy.
Learned a lot since then. When Michael and I testified before the good people of this committee in March, we both talked about how this isn't a partisan issue at all. despite the fact that it's been repeatedly described as a right-wing conspiracy theory or a right-wing fantasy. We found evidence of suppression of movements on both sides, including leftist movements like the Yellow Vests, parties like the Green Party, organizations like Consortium Magazine. Just this week, Michael and I reported on the group that he talked about, the CTI League, and in those documents we found evidence of monitoring groups like the Democratic Socialists of America, hashtags like Healthcare for All. The nature of censorship programs is that they tend to expand in all directions, and these programs already have. As someone who voted for Democrats his whole life and who got his ideas about speech issues from people like Senator Frank Church, Paul Wellstone, Dennis Kucinich, I believe also that there's a less obvious but more important reason that people across the spectrum should care about this issue. And the former executive director of the ACLU, Ira Glasser, once explained to a group of students why he didn't support hate speech codes on campuses. The problem, he said, wasn't the speech. The problem was, quote, who gets to decide what's hateful? Who gets to decide what to ban? Because, quote, most of the time, it ain't you. The story that came out in the Twitter files, and for which more evidence surfaced in both the Missouri v. Biden lawsuit and this committee's Facebook files releases and the CTI League documents, they all speak directly to Ira Glasser's concerns. There's been a dramatic shift in attitudes about speech in this country, and many politicians now clearly believe the bulk of Americans can't be trusted to digest information on their own. This mindset imagines that if we see one clip from RT, we'll stop being patriots, that once exposed to hate speech, we'll become bigots ourselves automatically, that if we read even one Donald Trump tweet, we'll become insurrectionists. Having come to this conclusion, the government agencies like the DHS and the FBI and the quasi-private agencies who do anti-disinformation work have taken upon themselves the paternalistic responsibility to sort out for us what is and is not safe. While they see great danger in allowing others to read controversial material, it's taken for granted that they themselves will be immune to the dangers of speech. This leads to the one inescapable question about these new anti-disinformation programs that is never discussed, but needs to be. Who does this work? Stanford's Election Integrity Project helpfully made a graphic showing the quote-unquote external stakeholders involved in their content review operation. It showed 4 columns: government, civil society, platforms, and media. There's one group that's conspicuously absent from that list: people, ordinary people. Whether America continues the informal sub-rosa censorship system we've seen in the Twitter files or the Facebook files, or whether it formally adopts something like Europe's draconian New Digital Services Act, it's already abundantly clear who won't be involved in this kind of work. There'll be no dock workers doing content flagging, no poor people from inner city neighborhoods, no single moms pulling multiple waitressing jobs, no immigrant store owners or Uber drivers. These programs will always feature a tiny, rarefied sliver of affluent professional class Americans censoring a huge and ever-expanding pool of everyone else. Take away the highfalutin talk about countering hate and reducing harm, and anti-disinformation is just a bluntly elitist gatekeeping exercise. If you prefer to think in progressive terms, it's class war. If one small demographic over here has broad control over the whole speech landscape, and a great big one over there has no control whatsoever, it follows that one of those groups will end up with more political power than the other. Which one is the winner? To paraphrase Ira Glasser, it probably ain't yours. It isn't just one side or the other that will lose if these programs are allowed to continue. It's pretty much everyone, which is why these programs must be defunded before it's too late. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chubby.
Before we get to Samranaya, or however you say it, can I just say what Matt said there was absolutely legendary and gold, and has been 100% the stuff that I've been talking about, that Name's been talking about, that we've been talking about the whole time. When we started covering all the censorship stuff and all the different like he mentioned here, the slivers of a small affluent population being able to control a wide consensus on people. And every column that's involved in the stakeholders, as they call it, doesn't involve the average everyday American citizen. Yet they're the ones that are supposed to shut up. They're the ones that are not supposed to say anything. But we've said the whole time, yes, it's going conservative right now. But if these tools remain in place, it will go the other way. And I've been saying this entire time, like, look, like, listen. I saw an account. I saw an account the other day, got doxxed. Now, this is a person that I would say has really dumb takes, right? Really stupid takes, and they're dumb. But doxing, it's unacceptable. I even responded. I said, listen, you and I are going to disagree on everything, but you getting doxed and attacked is unacceptable. We cannot have this. Like, I'll argue with you later, but for now, I'm going to help you fight and figure out who's doxing and try to help you. And the same thing that Matt Taibbi is just saying here. And, like, keep in mind, guys, like, I don't know if you guys know the history of these guys, but Matt Taibbi, just like he said, he's voted Democrat all his entire life. Michael Schellenberger lives in San Francisco. He came in a rise because he started reporting on the homeless problem in San Francisco. He's a super lefty. These two guys are lefties, but they report down the middle. They report the truth no matter where it falls. And I think between Schellenberger's statement, which I think he encapsulated the entire CTIL files, but I think what Matt is speaking to is the philosophical problem with censorship and suppressing of speech, even if we disagree with it. You know, Jeff Landry just recently was elected governor in Louisiana. He was also the attorney general at the time in Louisiana when they kicked up the Missouri v. Biden case. And he expertly pointed out in an interview with Tracy Beans, Tracy and I have done spaces together on all of our reporting on Missouri v. Biden. You guys can go find those recordings in my highlights. But he expertly pointed out, he said, freedom of speech is not just you being able to speak. It's actually the freedom for others to hear it. So we have the ability, we should, under the First Amendment, to be able to hear other people's speech. What Matt was talking about here, when he said, listen, like, you're telling me that if I hear one comment from Trump, I become an insurrectionist. If I hear one comment from somebody I disagree with, I all of a sudden align with their views. That's unacceptable. This cannot continue. And he's 100% right. I just wanted to say that these two opening statements were absolutely fire. I'll play the third opening statement. I recognize the name. I don't know much about her, but let's hear from her. I'll play it. But before I do that, I've got a panel up here. Do you guys have any thoughts? What you just heard? You guys are probably all in listen mode right now. Yeah.
Oh no, Lori has her hand up.
Yeah, Lori, go ahead.
Matt Taibbi, that's where I, and in complete agreement, I guess I've become, through this process the last 4 years, I've become more populist minded of thinking about how the average person plays into all these apparatuses. And it was an amazing statement. I don't know if anybody else has become more populist, but I am. I definitely, I think, moved to the middle.
Oh no, I've been a populist for years. I always tell people, like, yeah, I'm voting Republican right now, and I hate Republicans, but that may not always be the case. We'll see how it all shakes out. But right now, I have no interest in voting or participating in anyone that wants to destroy this country. So I know where my vote lies. But no, he's 100% right. All right, I'll play her. I will correct the name as soon as I hear it. My apologies. I forgot it, and I'm sick. My memory's not working very well. But let's play her opening statement as well, because I recognize the name. I've seen her around this conversation, but I don't know much. So let's see what she has to say.
Well done. Ms. Subramanya, you are recognized now for 5 minutes.
Subramanya.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan. I'm pleased to be able to join you today to testify on the importance of free expression. I'd like all of you to think of me as a time traveler from the not-too-distant future, coming back to the present to offer you a glimpse of what could lie ahead for America. I live in a time in which, in the name of fairness, you can't share the stories you write for my news publication on social media. I live in a time in which, in the name of the common good, you can be kicked out of your bank and online payment system simply for expressing the wrong political views. I live in a time in which, in the name of social justice, you can commit a serious crime but get a more lenient sentence if you happen to be the right skin color. I live in a time in which, in the name of safety, you can be arrested for exercising your right to peaceful protest if you happen to be protesting the wrong thing. Of course, I'm not a real time traveler. I just live in Canada. Americans, and perhaps those in this chamber, surely think Canadians are too nice, we're too polite to embrace this sort of proto-authoritarianism. But it's more accurate to say that our niceness made us susceptible to the new authoritarianism, undermining the foundations of our liberal democracy. If it sounds like I'm overstating things, allow me to share 3 stories that illustrate this creeping authoritarianism. First, a few months ago, I reported a story from my publication, The Free Press, about a high school principal in Toronto who had been humiliated in front of his colleagues by a DEI consultant. The principal's crime, besides being white and male, was that he objected to the consultant's assertion that Canada is a less just society than America. The humiliation he experienced ultimately led him to commit suicide. I wanted to share that story on Facebook. When I tried to, I was barred from posting it. I received a message that stated, in response to Canadian government legislation, news content can't be shared. I was confused. Then I remembered the recently adopted Online News Act. The law forces social media companies to pay online media companies to link to their content. Facebook, instead of paying for that content, barred its users from posting it. Government officials insist that this was only a matter of fairness, a way of making sure that media companies are compensated for the news they report. But really, this new law props up legacy media dinosaurs like the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, Media, and other companies, which are subsidized by the federal government, and all of which can be counted on to echo Justin Trudeau's worldview and toe the party line. Not being able to post was annoying, but it wasn't the end of the world for me. I don't depend on Facebook for my income. The same cannot be said of Christopher Curtis, which brings me to my second story. Chris is a 38-year-old renegade journalist entrepreneur in Montreal who runs a digital newsletter called The Rover. He calls himself woke. You might think that he's exactly the kind of journalist the Trudeau government would elevate. He's on the political left. He publishes stories about the plight of the homeless and police brutality. The problem is that, unlike government-funded news companies, independent media companies are truly independent, which means they report stories that don't comport with whatever the government wants them to report. For example, in September 2020, The Rover reported a story on federal mistreatment of Mohawk Indians. This month, it published a story about migrant workers who had been abused and trafficked with the unwitting help of the federal government. But under this new law, The Rover can't build its audience. Unable to post content on Facebook or Instagram, the newsletter can't reach new subscribers. It cannot grow its subscriber base. This is a slow death, says Chris. For now, he's unsure how he's going to support his partner and their 3-year-old daughter. He's thinking of going back into construction, which takes me to my third story. Danny Bulford, now 41, used to be an officer in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the equivalent of the FBI. For years, he was a sniper in the Prime Minister's protective detail. Then, in 2021, Danny quit because he didn't want to get his COVID vaccination. In early 2022, truckers descended on Ottawa to protest new COVID vaccine requirements. Danny joined them. The government declared a state of emergency. Danny, like many demonstrators, was arrested and later released without charge. Then something chilling happened. On February 17, 2022, Danny logs into his bank accounts, starting with his checking and savings accounts at the CIBC. But instead of seeing his balance, he had about $160,000 in there. The only thing he saw was a dash. Then he logs onto Scotiabank to see about an additional checking account. Once again, there was no sign of any money in his account. Finally, logs into the Royal Bank of Canada, which handles his MasterCard account, and he was told he had no access to any credit. Danny's wife was also unable to access any of these accounts. Suddenly, they were worrying about how to cover their next mortgage payments and how to feed their 3 kids. That is what it means to be debanked. Debanking has been one of the Trudeau government's weapon of choice. Since 2018, it has frozen the accounts of more than 800 Canadians who did things it didn't approve of, including those of 280 who took part in the truckers' protest, which the government regarded as illegitimate. Soon after, Danny moved his money out of the big banks and into local credit unions, hoping it would be safer there. The worst part of this, Danny told me, is not believing in the country I spent my career serving. It's this feeling that we're being watched, torn apart, made to feel like the much-hated other in our own country. Canada was once a bastion of free expression, but now not so much. Consider that at the same time the government and its corporate allies are curbing the free expression of truckers and journalists, the government is defending the rights of pro-Palestinian demonstrators, many of whom traffic in what can only be called anti-Semitism. Think about that. Vaccine skepticism, not okay. Peddling medieval blood libel legends about Jews, Okay. I'm all for protecting free speech. I'm from the free press. I just want that protection applied fairly. I also want to be clear. These are just a handful of hundreds of stories I could have picked. What is happening in Canada is a gradual suffocation of free expression. It is draped in a cloak of niceness, inclusivity, and justice, but it is regressive, authoritarian, and illiberal. I came here today not simply to warn you about what lies ahead, but to plead with you to do something about it. Now is not the time to be polite. Now is the time to defend loudly the liberties and rights that have given us the greatest freedoms in human history. Across the world right now, governments, in the name of the good, are considering or adopting measures like we have in Canada. Look at Dublin. They're about to enact a draconian hate crime bill that poses a dire threat to free speech. In Paris, President Emmanuel Macron has called for censoring online speech. This is to say nothing of Russia, China, and Iran. America is so exceptional, indispensable, really. Please do not succumb to the same illiberalism, authoritarianism. Please keep fighting for what you know is right. Canada is watching. The world is watching. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Woo!
Very well said.
Miss Subramania came with the heat. My goodness gracious. Oh my God, she was so spot on everything there. Like these, oh man, this committee was organized correctly. I love how Schellenberger Taibbi and obviously Miss Subramania from Canada really, because if you notice, they all took on different aspects of what these CTIL files show, right? It was the debanking like of the trucker convoys in Ottawa and also in the United States, like what Carolina was talking about earlier. Apparently, she's not allowed back in this space. I'm not really sure why. We'll try to get her back in. But she touched on a lot of things that are going on right now. And then she says at the end, by the way, America, you guys are supposed to be the beacon of hope, the beacon of light. You are supposed to be the epitome of freedom. What are you doing? And that was fantastic. I hope that I still have a panel of people that can speak so I can kind of go through past these opening statements so I can kind of find some good stuff here. If you guys could kind of take over for a bit and I'll try to find some stuff.
Yeah, I can help. If I cut out, somebody just jump in. I'm driving. But wow, the Supermania, dang, that was fire. Like, what a closing act. And the Canadian stuff is so wildly authoritarian. And the debanking, I can echo what she's saying there. And by the way, in the cyber threat, I don't know, ignorant league or whatever the hell they call themselves, CTIL files, right? That there is a part where they talk about, right, debanking people as one of the weapons in their tool chest. And so I'm really hoping that we get a further expansion on exactly what that looks like. But it's devastating when it happens to you. A lot of these news guys, it's just funny because they portray, and this is Supermania, her opening statement that I'm speaking to. They always pass they always pass these laws, right? Like with the intention of, oh, we're going to make sure that journalists get paid, and the end result is any independent journalist doesn't have an opportunity or a platform to speak anymore. It's always wrapped and accomplishes the opposite of whatever they're selling it as in order to protect the people who can afford lobbyists. It's just good to keep that in mind. Go ahead, Name.
Yeah, Trash will get there eventually, but one clip, or maybe it was during Schellenberger's opening remarks, when they were viewing Slack channel messages between all these people in CITL, they had the logos next to each person's name for which organization they represent. And guess what? There were people from Facebook in there. Very curious who those people were. I guarantee you the people participating from Meta had intelligence background.
Well, it wasn't only
I'd
that
be
name.
shocked if they didn't.
Well, yeah, so name it wasn't only
Go
that.
ahead.
So like when I was reviewing the CITL files a couple days ago, they were talking about in those internal Slacks, and the threads are down there in the chat, guys, if you want to go take a look at it. But they were actually saying that at one point, all their logos were showing, and it was like CISA, NSA, CIA, Meta, Twitter. They had all the labels for everybody, and then eventually someone caught on and they removed all the labels. It's in the files down there in the bottom too, and there's also a Miss Troy.
Yeah, we need those names, man.
Yeah. So there's also a Miss Troy, and I have no idea who Miss Troy is. Troye, but she also has an opening statement. I'm going to go ahead and play it. I don't know who she is. I feel stupid for not knowing who she is because, like, this is my lane, this is my avenue, but I don't know who she is. So I'll play her opening statement as well. Oh, man.
Thank you. Very well said. Ms. Troy, you're recognized for 5 minutes, and we'll give you a little extra if you need it.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The threat of weaponization of the federal government is a serious topic that requires sober analysis. Unfortunately, what we see here today, and what we have seen from this committee over the past year, is instead a politically motivated fantasy detached from reality. Members of this committee and their witnesses make grand and vague accusations about government censorship, but those foggy allegations are refuted by the facts that private social media companies moderating content on their own private platforms is not government censorship. It is those private companies exercising their own First Amendment rights to rid their platforms of misinformation. In my experience as a national security official, the federal government strictly adhered to the First Amendment by advising and assisting social media platforms in combating misinformation, while the ultimate decision about what action, if any, to take rested solely with the platforms themselves. I know what real weaponization of the federal government looks like because I've seen it with my own eyes. I worked in the Trump White House, where I served as Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor to Vice President Mike Pence. On numerous occasions, I witnessed President Trump and his allies attempt to use the powers of the presidency to further his private political agenda at the expense of the American people. Trump administration officials attempted to manipulate intelligence assessments to support its ban on nationals from Muslim countries entering the United States. They delayed natural disaster aid to blue states who had not supported President Trump's election. In the early days of the pandemic, they resisted sending federal assistance to New York as thousands of innocent Americans suffered.
Okay.
Instead of
so first of
continuing
all,
to spread...
okay, now I see what Miss Troy is doing here. So first of all, Miss Troy, oh, and she's not an attractive person. So I see what she's doing here, but it's funny because that ship, that naval ship that they brought in to be a hospital and housing into New York, by the way, was never used by Andrew Cuomo. It sat there empty with all of the supplies that were culled from all of the other states to stock that ship. I can't remember the name of it this time. I wish I wasn't sick, man. My brain's not firing.
It was the Mercy ship.
The Mercy ship. Thank you. My brain's not working. It sat there in harbor with all the supplies they had culled from the other 48 states, I would say. I don't think they were trying to get stuff from Hawaii. Sorry, James. But like, what do you... So now I'm actually interested to hear what she's got to say. This is going to be interesting, but like...
Oh, Trash, before you move on, not only the ship, but there was a $6 million pop-up tent doing the testings, and I believe it was in Oregon and multiple other places as well, not just the ship.
Yeah, no, the Trump administration, bad. Orange Man, bad. He didn't help blue states, and he wanted to further his personal agenda. These people are unhinged. But let's hear what this is why I don't know who Miss Troy is, because she's an idiot.
I can give you her background. I have it up. You want me to tell you?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, yes, please do.
All right,
here.
so she, let's see, very, very typical. DOD for 5 years, Secretary of Defense or Department of Defense. Then this is very typical on the LinkedIn profiles I've used. So she started out in 2002, 5 years at the DOD, then moved over to the Office of Director, National Intelligence for 3 years. Then, let's see, Chamber of Commerce for a year, and then
Hey, name your rubber band in a bit, buddy.
and then the intelligence, counterintelligence. What? Is my connection good?
You were rubber banding pretty bad. Start over. Yeah, now go now. Start over. You were rubber banding bad.
Okay, so Can you hear me now? Am I good now? Okay. So DOD for
Yes.
5 years starting in 2002, then ODNI for 3 years after that, then skipped a year, then Booz Allen for 2 years, okay? Then back into intelligence, yeah. Then she worked in counterintelligence at the DOE for a year or 2 years, and then she worked at the Homeland Security for 2 years, and then in 2018 worked for Pence, Homeland Security, counterterrorism, and then now she's a problem solver and a bunch of other, Democracy Center board member and whatnot. So,
Oh my God! Of course, of
deep,
course.
deep stater. Yeah.
Yeah. No, deep stater. And like, if the chef's kiss wasn't Booz Allen in the list of deep state that she is, like just the fact that she worked for Booz Allen for a couple of years tells you everything you need to know. She's gotten her training. She's gotten her marching orders. All right, here we go. Let's listen to what Ms. Troy has to say. This is insane.
Read conspiracy theories about government censorship. This committee should instead focus on the very real and very dangerous threat posed by the leading Republican candidate openly threatening to use every lever of presidential power against his political opponents if he returns to the White House. Former President Trump has promised, quote, retribution against those who have wronged and betrayed him and his political movement. He has pledged to, quote, root out the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. Trump has called the press the enemy of the people.
Yes.
And has vowed to, quote, come down hard on MSNBC and make them pay, quote, for its critical coverage of him. He has promised to, quote, arrest his political opponents, saying he would have no choice, lock them up. He has said that his own chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff committed treason, and that, quote, in times gone by, the punishment would have been death. Yeah. Most ominously, right. He has called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. His words. As a lifelong Republican, I have dedicated my entire career to protecting Americans from terrorist attacks, regardless of their partisan affiliation. Former President Trump's menacing promise to wield the powers of government as a weapon against his political adversaries poses a grave threat to the rule of law in the United States of America. The American people deserve that their representatives in Congress see that threat and speak to it honestly, instead of the political theater we see here today. I welcome the committee's questions.
Okay. So first of all, when she said, unlike the information that we're hearing from the committee today, and she gave a side eye to Schellenberger, Subramania, and Taibbi. She just gave a side eye. Bro, this is fantastic.
Save the dumbest for last.
Dude. Sorry, I was getting a phone call. Like, bro, she threw a side eye to Schellenberger and Taibbi and Subramania. She was like, what's happening in this committee today? I'm a lifelong Republican and have staved off terrorist threats. Like, Bish, have you not looked through these CTIL files? Y'all are creating terrorist threats. I don't know what to tell you, but this is hilarious. I'm so glad I played that because now I feel redeemed. I felt so stupid in the beginning. I was like, oh my God, how do I not know who Ms. Troy is? Is she a fighter on government censorship? Oh, no. She's a deep state talking head. That makes complete sense. Wow, what a stupid person. I love it. I'm here for it. I don't really care what you guys got. Yeah.
By the way, Trash, I'd just like to point out that I hope Trump goes way further than he's threatened. I hope that he uses the military to round up the people who launched a coup against our country, the anti-Americans who participated in the censorship industrial complex, in the silencing of their political opponents, in the debanking and attempted starvation of our families just for supporting the wrong political candidates. No mercy, no mercy, no mercy.
Well, and again, so shameless plug right now. Savvy and I, co-host up here. If you guys aren't following everybody that's speaking, please do. But Savvy and I have been going through Project 2025. This is, if you guys want to go check it out to see what I'm talking about, go to my pinned tweet on my profile. Project 2025 is a plan that was built out by the Heritage Foundation and a lot of Democrat and Republican think tanks. And they all came to the same conclusions on how to remove what we call the deep state or administrative state. And it is actually a serious, viable, and real program should Trump take office in 2025, or a Republican, I guess. Like this woman touting that she's a conservative. I mean, I can see the alligator on her alligator emoji on her profile right now. But at the end of the day, like there is actually a real plan, and the existential language that she's using, it just shows you how pathetic and weak this apparatus that is being attacked here in real time by people who do not agree with us politically, might I add. Like, listen, let me be clear about something. Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger are Democrat. They're not Republicans, but they agree on the truth of what's happening here. And so I'm here for it. I love it. But wow, Miss Troy, like really?
Thank you,
That
Mr.
was your
Chairman.
opening statement, you idiot? All right, well, let's play this game. All right, can you guys take over for a minute so I can kind of go through the hearing here and see what's worth playing on the space?
You got it, Trash. Let me get name back up here. Especially when you know they're sitting there with receipts. But that's playing to the lowest information voter who's listening, right? Trump, Orange Man bad.
Did I lose Dustin too? I think I did.
I thought it was me.
No, I think I did too. That's good. All right, Tim,
Like
get into it.
that lady on the panel, that's exactly what CTIL is. You just put in an influence operator or PSYOPS, and the Democrats brought her in. That's fine, fair game. But that's why you got receipts, and see how this rest of the hearing goes. That's fine. And then this is another example of how Trump had so many bad actors in the administration, and this is just one person. Okay, it's ridiculous.
I need some help, guys. I'm trying to review the footage here. Yeah, Tim, go ahead.
Go ahead, American.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Tiff.
Good morning.
Hey, I got just real quick shout out to my boy, the disrespected truck driver down there, Mr. Jeremy. He was actually one of the organizers of the People's Convoy that y'all were talking about earlier. Hey, man, is anybody else tired of these damn hearings that nothing ever comes about? I'd like to see these people charged with crimes and then go to court and something come out of it. Is it just me, or is everybody just
Well,
tired of hearings that do nothing except nothing?
well, okay, yeah, and I'm with you. I'm frustrated as well. But so this is the conversation that I had the other night. I hear you. I get it. But I can tell you, like, there's a couple of us on the stage right now where we actually do coordinate with people that are up on the Hill that are asking these questions. Say, hey, how do I ask this question? What information do I need? What do you have? And because a lot of these guys up on the Hill, they don't nerd out like me on finding out exactly what's happening. The second problem is we don't have a Senate, and the people that we do have in the Senate are 100% unipartious. So even if you could move these hearings into senatorial hearings, nothing could come of it. And then number three, the worst part, the part that we're all talking about, is that the only thing that this House Judiciary GOP committee can do is actually send referrals to our Department of Justice, which our Department of Justice has been completely weaponized against the American public, including quote unquote Trump supporters. We saw Jack Smith come out the other day requesting all of the users, all of the accounts that had not only interacted with the Trump account on Twitter, but also shared, retweeted, and posted his content on Twitter. So the only thing that are the mechanisms within our law system that we can do. Number one is the committee can then set up criminal referrals, and they have, and then they're dead on arrival once they arrive at the DOJ. Number two, the only thing that we can do is actually move through senatorial hearings. The problem is we don't have a majority there because the Republicans that wanted to stay in power, i.e., Mitch McConnell, that tanked all the America First senatorial races and shifted funding away from them so he could maintain his power as minority leader in the Senate. So we don't have that there. There are no mechanisms within our government that allow us to actually do anything more than what we're doing right now. But we can change public opinion. We can show people what is going on, and we can actually show people with receipts what has happened to them when they had questions about it. And that's the only thing that we can do. It's the only thing that I can do as Aaron that lives in Arizona. That I'm just a random dude on the internet. But this is the only thing that we can do. But I think the hearts and minds will change once people understand what's happening. And this doesn't go away because it's now on public record, congressional record, that these things existed. And once that happens, we then have mechanisms, once we've broken through and possibly taken some of the power back, that we can then move forward and get that done. So that's my only answer to that. Dustin, I'm going to let you go in here, but that's the only thing that can possibly be done.
Listen, I want these people, like, I believe these people tried to starve my family, right? And it's ongoing, by the way, right? The debanking, the constant media attacks, right? My family has paid a very real price for, right, me choosing to continue to chase this path in life. Right. And so no one wants retribution more than I do. And I see it happening in ways that we did not expect. And it is way slower than I would like it to be. But I'd like to point out something, right? Uh, Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, has opened a criminal investigation into media matters, a central hub of every part we're talking about. So has Attorney General Andrew Bailey in Missouri also opened criminal investigation, right, into what we have been bringing forward for years at this point. And so there is a potential that some of these states are going, right, that we might have the opportunity to see some of these people actually face some real justice instead of, right, just the quote unquote exposure. The second part I want to say is civilly, this is also opening the door for a lot of us to sue, right, in civil court to try to gain back or try to, right, make them pay for the actions they've taken against us. And the third and final piece of this, which is this censorship complex that we're talking about that is being exposed right now, was largely responsible for allowing them to put and place a senile Biden file, an incestuous pedophile, that's a Biden file, into our White House, right? Who then was able to turn the DOJ into a further weapon of his political, like, politicization. And the fact that this network is being exposed, charged, and investigated the way they are means that they are not going, at a minimum, I can say confidently that they're not going to be operating at full capacity in the lead up to this election in 24. And just that alone, just the idea that we might have a more level playing field, right? And giving us the opportunity to get some real people who want justice at the DOJ because of things like Project 2025. If we get President Trump reelected, right? The plans are there. And I know it's frustrating because we all want to see the justice. We've all suffered at the hands of these evil, despicable people. But I do want to say the work that everybody has put in, exposing it, never refusing not to stop talking about it, refusing not to continuing to dig in, right, despite all the attacks and all the censorship, not giving up. We are seeing the fruit like that to start to bear fruit. And so I want to just inject a little optimism in the fact that we are seeing some attorney generals, some civil action and we are watching them start to go at each other's throats. Make no mistake, this whistleblower, right, is only the beginning. We will get more whistleblowers. They will continue to turn on each other, and it's going to be fun to watch. Get your popcorn.
It really will. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm here for it. It's kind of what I was talking about earlier. But that you guys keep in mind the CTIL, the CTIL files, came from a whistleblower, not from Elon Musk buying Twitter and being like, "Oh, hey, like this seems kind of messed up." No, this person was leaking internal slacks, like the direct evidence of what this weapon that was levied upon the people were doing. And so, like I said, Dustin, I think you're going along with the answer that I gave, and that's the best thing that we can do. I'm seeing real evidence that it is moving, and it's moving the goalposts. And guys, I see the hands. I see the hands. I am trying to cover the hearing here, and I've gone forth to Thomas Massey because Rep Connolly was over here trying to like basically banter with Miss Troy about how Donald Trump is literally Hitler. So that's interesting. I don't really know what that has to do with censorship in the government, but apparently Mr. Connolly wanted to make it known that by Trump using the word vermin, that it's also been used by Goebbels and many other people in history about the bad guy from World War II, apparently. So Trump is Hitler again in this committee. So won't even play that because it's absolute nonsense. Let me get to the hands real quick, and then I'll play Thomas Massey's bit here. I have not listened to what he said, but it's Massey, so he's gonna come with some fire here. So, all right, Name, go ahead. We'll get to the hands, and then I'm gonna go back to playing some more of this here.
Just to add what Dustin said, the censorship complex was not just, part of it was the goal of, the soft coup of using social media engineering and censorship to get Biden elected and Trump out of office. But these companies, also specifically Meta, has blood on their hands. They brag about COVID vaccine promotion to over 2 billion people worldwide. And obviously the censorship of malinformation, which was vaccine side effects or alternative treatments. So I won't go on more about that, but that's actually a thing. It wasn't just political in nature. It was pushing the state narrative. They were, in effect, as we've seen through the some of these Missouri v. Biden rulings, they were acting as arms of the government, right? Secondly, to answer the other person's question about, sick of the hearings and whatnot. Well, what I hope comes out of all of this in general is most of what has happened was basically sanctioned by the government or passed through these NDAA bills by allowing government funding or National Science Foundation grants for these academia to do these disinformation studies, or opening the global engagement centers. So I don't want to have these spaces in 5 years from now after another scandal of some sort and sort of be looking backwards. So what can come out of this on the legislation part is that they strip funding for these entities that engage in this behavior that harm us as U.S. citizens. Not only that, but also globally, is what Meta did with censorship over COVID.
Great points. And again, that fight's currently happening between the House and Senate. So I again, as frustrated as I can be, this is new information. That's what I've been waiting for. The presentation of new information that shows that the committee's actually using their power to go to places that us internet sleuths can't. Right? We don't have subpoena power. We're limited to the public documents and things that we can find and dig up. We don't have the ability to command, right, these agencies and these people to deliver us their communications around certain subjects. And so this is the first time I've actually really felt good about what the weaponization committee. I'm excited to dig it. I'm gonna try to clear the hands because I know it stresses trash out. Please keep your comments extremely brief so we can get back to the hearing. Tim, go ahead, go first.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. Say hello to everybody down there. Taylor Built, haven't seen you since the jam on the tour bus over in Indiana on the convoy. So good to hear you and disrespected down there. Interesting conversation, and I think it's great that Miss Troy was brought on the subcommittee. I think it's brilliant from Jim Jordan, which is from my home state. This is about public exposure, and you know I've been in retail management. I've been in all kinds of different professions. I'm a trucker now. I was a plumber for years. For me personally, out here, boots on the ground, this public dissemination and exposure needs to happen, and it's on the ground. I got a call. Sorry if that cut out there. I talk to as many people as I can a day, sometimes 10, sometimes 2, but exponentially that grows because you have to make eye contact with some of these people. It's great what we're doing on Spaces. It's great what we're doing online, but people have genuine questions and they don't trust the internet. And so for me, that's what I'm doing, boots on the ground. So I say bring on the exposure, get out of our comfort zones. For me, I don't have a comfort zone because I'm in a different city every day, different town, different state. But for some of you that are 9 to 5 and go to the same gas station, the same grocery store, the same anything, change up your routine, meet people, smile at people, ask them how it's going. Where do you think the country is going? This is how we take our country back, is joining together with people that are looking for truth. Thank you very much.
Next time, Adam, go ahead, quick.
Hey, thanks for having me up. Yeah, definitely. As far as Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger, you know, they are liberals, and they're more of the classical liberal, not these deranged, you know, far regressive leftists. Yeah, they are, and I respect them because they're truth seekers. They want to seek the truth and the facts, and they stick to those. Yeah, definitely. Name redacted. You nailed it. You know, it's we the people, Americans are the victims of this. And this woman that comes up here is talking about Trump, Trump derangement like never seen before with some of these people, and it's just ridiculous. So we're talking about violations of Americans' rights here. We're not talking about Trump, and that's all that they could do is bring up there. And I'll land my plane. Also, guys, check us out on Rumble. American Mission, look us up, pull up the stream, give us a like. I'm streaming it live right now for us, so enjoy the show, and thank you for having me.
Appreciate that. Love that we are starting to simulcast these spaces to other platforms, and really appreciate you. All right, Lori, and then Heather, quickly. I'm running into a store, and then Trash. Take us back to the committee. I can't wait to hear Massey.
I feel the same way, frustration. It's been, 10 years of, even through the Obama era of hearings, and it was frustrating, but we were able to take, in July of 2023, we took a criminal complaint to our district attorney's office and had kind of documented what our election administrator and county officials had been doing and working in this capacity to silence us and whatnot. And then we were able to take the Twitter files, the Facebook files, the Missouri versus Biden case, Taibbi and Schellenberger's work, and send that to the DA with our criminal complaint. And they, on August 9th, the election administrator was forced to resign, no reason given to the public. And so he was the top election administrator in the state. He led the top election administrator organizations and was really pushing for machines. And when we filed that criminal complaint, because we're a federalist system, and all the federal reach comes all the way down to your county commissioner's court level, and you do have a district attorney, and you do have district judges there, and we can now take this, and we can be the people, right? If you're a credible witness and you're a credible citizen that's been in the community, you can put together a criminal complaint and have it documented out and submit it to your DA and submit it to your sheriff's office too, and do it publicly and it gets it on record, they have to file that, and then you now have them refusing to do anything about it. So just give y'all some encouragement that we've got to be the people. If you're a credible witness, file a criminal complaint against these people in your county offices with your district attorney, and get it on at least the public record. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lori. All right, Heather, real quick, and then we get back to the hearing.
I'll make it short and sweet. I just want to thank y'all for providing a platform, for people like myself. You guys may have seen the AK photo floating around saying, fuck your safety. This is my safety in response to what Ireland did. But that being said, I put that out there. It made its way to Instagram as well. And I had some people reach out saying, I had no idea you felt that way. I'm a veteran. I served 15 years for our country, and I unfortunately am from the state of California. And the stuff that if you're not from California, the stuff that you see on the news is real in terms of doxing, canceling, and I'm also a small business owner. I have a little boy I need to support, and the idea of my business getting shut down because of who I show support for was real. I now live in Freedom, Florida. Thank you. So it's not scary anymore to stand up and be a patriot and stand up for what's actually happening. And it's because of spaces like these that allow people who might be scared to make their voices heard. The silent majority is real, and I don't think it's so silent anymore. Thank goodness. And y'all are doing fantastic work, and I am honored to be part of the circle.
Appreciate you, Heather. And real quick, actually funny you mentioned that. Sav, I know you're listening to the hearing in real time right now. You said that Matt Gaetz just brought up Twitter Spaces. Did he actually do that in the hearing?
He said Spaces.
What?
So, yeah. So I was like,
I invited him.
He's giving us a hat tip.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Matt has joined our Spaces several times, and he's obviously on the Hill right now, so he can't participate. All right. I'm interested to get to that. So right now, this is Thomas Massey. Like I said, I have no idea what he's about to say, but it doesn't really matter because it's usually spot on. And he's probably, if I had to guess, he's probably going to go after Miss Troy and try to like twist her into a pretzel. Like, this should be interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. I don't know what
Gosh, what's Troy's first name? Just curious.
I don't know it. Name's got it. I don't know it.
Crap, I can't find it. Okay.
What's her first name? Miss Troy? I don't know her name.
Olivia Troy.
Here's Troy. Olivia, thank you. All right. Here we go. Thomas Massey.
Back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky for 5 minutes. Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Troy, you stated in your opening statement that this committee was indulging in fantasy detached from reality, that members of this committee and their witnesses make grand and vague accusations about government censorship, and that we are spreading conspiracy theories about government censorship. Would one of those conspiracy theories be that government-funded agencies were flagging and trying to censor official congressional accounts on social media? Are you denying that occurred?
I would have no knowledge of that. I'm not aware of that happening.
Well, we're going to make you aware of that right now. Mr. Schellenberger, can you speak to this tweet? I saw that you flagged this in one of your recent articles on Substack. Can you tell us why this tweet brought attention in your article?
Yeah, because that was one of the tweets that that the Virality Project at Stanford Institute Internet Observatory had flagged to Twitter as misinformation, and that I believe it was labeled or censored in some other way.
So it was the Stanford Virality Project that is funded by the government, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And so their purpose, ostensibly, is to stop misinformation, malinformation, and to flag things they say that might be against the terms of service of the social media companies. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Ms. Troy, is there any reason you think that this should have been flagged?
Depends on whether you're spreading inaccurate information.
Well, it references a study from Israel, a published study from Israel, and the tweet just restates the title of the study.
Does it trouble you that companies to review their policies? It's an internal choice. Yeah. Are you going to sit here and maintain that it's a conspiracy theory that this occurred? We have the documents. Mr. Schellenberger has the documents that showed that this occurred. Well, then it was flagged for a reason. What's the reason? Is there ever a good reason to censor a member of Congress? This is my official account. This is not a personal account. This is not a campaign account. This is my communication with my constituents. By the way, I bring this up not to claim that members of Congress have more right to free speech than the general public. In fact, I don't even think the press or the media has more rights to the First Amendment than the general public. The general public has the same rights that we have. And I bring this up to show, number one, that your testimony is false. But number two, if they can do this to a member of Congress's official account, they can do it to anybody. Mm-hmm. Now, I want to move on to the origins of these programs. Yeah. Mr. Schellenberger, can you tell us about the Cyber Threat Intelligence League? Was this just a group of vigilantes, concerned citizens, or was it in any way connected to the government? And what did they endeavor to do?
Yeah, this was so. First of all, it's a pretty ludicrous founding, which was that this is a group of Israeli, so-called former Israeli intelligence, former British intelligence, also working at Microsoft, and others who basically said, we're going to volunteer our services. These are some of the world's greatest so-called cybersecurity professionals, volunteering their services to multi-billion-dollar hospital and healthcare organizations whose own IT organizations spend millions of dollars a year on cybersecurity, supposedly volunteering this. This was the premise of the whole thing. It then created this third part that I mentioned. They had physical security, cybersecurity, they added cognitive security, and the people that did that were 2 UK and US military contractors. This was one of the most sophisticated disinformation operations that I've ever seen. I've been involved in progressive causes for over 30 years. I've never seen anything so organized, anything that was so focused on a particular goal, and that had so many people that came from military and intelligence organizations. It gave me the creeps just reading about it.
And in the documents, is it true that they used their agency SEALs, FBI, CISA, when they were communicating with each other?
That's right, and the whistleblower provided screenshots of Slack conversations that included officials from DHS, Facebook, and the CTIL League.
So it would be hard for somebody to claim that these folks weren't agents of the government or acting in coordination with the government or using things that they learned in their government. Were some of them still employed by the U.S. government when they were undertaking this?
Yes. Pablo Brewer was working for the U.S. Navy at the time, and many of the others were claiming to be volunteering their time even while working their day jobs for the government.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Mass.
Okay. All right. Before we move any further, I need to unpack a lot of that stuff. So number one, like Thomas Massey, like I said, I'm assuming he was going to bring the fire. I had no idea how much he was going to twist Troy into making him look so stupid. But down in the chat, something that he brought up here. If you look at Schellenberger's original reporting from a couple days ago on the CTIL files, and if you look through it, they've got the Slack communications, right? And this is something that Dustin and I were talking about earlier in the space, where they had their actual labels on their names in these Slack communications, and then they removed them later on when they realized, they're like, this seems like a bad idea, and so you guys can actually take a look at that, and that's kind of what he was referencing here. But you heard the answer from the NPC deep stater, Miss Troy, Olivia Troy, where she says, well, it was obviously done for a reason, and he says, well, what reason was that? I don't know. It's obviously done for a reason. And this is the problem with the administrative deep state. The administrative state is that everyone just assumes it's done for a reason. I don't know. Not my circus, not my monkeys. And these are the same people that are actually able to censor us, that are giving reasons to censor or do whatever, because it's obviously being done for a reason. I don't know. Not my circus, not my monkeys. And then at the same time, there's no denying that this program was put in place. I mean, you're looking at the receipts. It was done in 2017, post meeting in the Obama White House. All the information's there. They told you what they were going to do, and he brought up the Renee DiRestas, the Kate Starbird out of the University of Washington, Stanford Internet Observatory, Alex Stamos, the EIP, which turned into the Virality Project, which we learned through Twitter files. We've been talking about that for like the last year. But all of it's here. And then so Thomas Massey, 100%, completely just cratered Miss Troy, Olivia Troy, within 30 seconds. I mean, that was over with. But I think that they're speaking to the greater issue of what the actual evidence is. And like Thomas Massey said, he said, I don't think that I have a greater voice than anybody else. Although if you can censor and ban actual representatives of the government's speech, what do you think that means for the average citizen? And again, this speaks to the core of why we're talking about all this. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Dustin or Tiff, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I picked up on the same thing, Trash. I thought and if I cut out, somebody just take over. But her thing, well, it must have been justified then, right? Not even understanding, well, we would not do anything that would not be justified. That's the kind of mindset that allows this kind of compartmentalization, authoritarianism to work, which is like, oh, well, I'm sure they would only do the, with all of the evidence is the other. Thomas Massey brought the heat there. Really glad he did. I was really impressed with his presentation on that one in particular. But again, it's funny because I actually have had beef with Matt Taibbi in the past on several occasions, right? Because specifically around a bunch of like left-right issues, I used to get really angry because Taibbi wrote the foreword to like the modern version of Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, which is way better than Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas as far as like Hunter S. Thompson works go. Anyway, like and so I've had back and forth with him that we're not civil in any way. And so right, the idea that these guys are somehow like partisans, right? They just recognize what history shows us, which is these kind of authoritarian tools always have to find new targets, and they have to expand in every direction in order to find those new targets. And so you might, right, and for the people who are cheering on, right, the whatever this Lori whatever name is, the people who end up cheering on these tools of authoritarianism and censorship, they always end up being the victims of them, and then crying out, how could this have happened? Well, because you cheered it on when it was targeted at people that you generally didn't like for one reason or another. And now you're under the gun and it's your turn to deal with the consequences of it. And you almost can sense that with what they're saying about Trump, right? That what they're saying about Trump, oh my God, he might do to us what we've been doing to him and his supporters. He's talking about getting retribution and investigating us. This, oh my God, can you imagine? It's literally just Trump saying that he'll use this, right, go by the same rules and use the same authority that they've given themselves to attack us to root out the vermin who performed a coup against our country, period. So, Cheryl, go ahead, get in here.
Just really quickly, I wasn't sure who actually said it, but it's very important. I'm glad it's on record. I'm glad everybody heard it because I'm using the term progressive in like everywhere I can. So I'm calling them the radical progressive deep state hacks or however I want to use it. But was it Tiabi who said, oh, I've worked on many progressive causes, and this is the most organized I'd ever seen. I thought that was completely powerful.
It was.
Just to expose them.
Yeah, Cheryl. It was Michael Schellenberger that actually said that.
Oh, it's Michael. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. I've got Elise Stefanik here. Let's see what she's got to say. I don't know what she's going to say, guys. I'm not pre-listening to this stuff. I'm just trying to cut it up. I listened to like Mr. Lynch for like 30 seconds and realized he's completely unhinged. And again, Trump is Hitler. Nothing to do with what we're talking about. So, but Elise Stefanik, I'm sure she's got something to say. Let's see what she's got to say. Like I said, I'm not pre-listening. I'm seeing in the comments that Kate Kamek down in Florida did a mic drop. That'll be interesting. I've heard Matt Gaetz is doing some mic drops, so we'll get there. I just haven't gotten there yet, but let's see what Elise has to say.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik, for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been almost 1 year since the first bombshell Twitter files. Looking back now, and my questions are for Mr. Taibbi and Mr. Schellenberger, what was the most alarming thing that you came across during your review of internal Twitter documents? And I have a number of follow-up questions, so keep it short.
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think the most alarming thing that we saw was the regular stream, organized stream of communication between the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the largest tech companies in the country. They had an organized system for flagging content, not occasionally, but in enormous numbers, involving spreadsheets of accounts that ran to the hundreds and thousands. And this was shocking to us, and to the congressman's point, this isn't crazy conspiracy theory. We've already had 4 federal judges rule that they believe this activity violates the First Amendment. This is quite serious. We didn't know whether it was against the law, but we certainly thought it was shocking enough to be in the public interest, and that for me was the most serious.
Yeah, for me, it was seeing the so-called former FBI officials within Twitter and working with a variety and other groups, including this Aspen Institute, participating in an effort to so-called pre-bunk the Hunter Biden laptop before it was ever published in the New York Post, and then to get it censored by Twitter in violation of Twitter's own terms of service, whose internal staff had concluded that the New York Post tweet had not violated their terms of service, and they censored it anyway.
Mr. Schellenberg, I want to ask you further that revolving door between the FBI and Twitter, and I also want to ask about those third-party, essentially government proxies. You referenced the Aspen Institute. Can you delve deeper into both of those questions, both of those topics?
Sure. It was the former general counsel of the FBI, Jim Baker, and the former deputy director of the FBI had both taken jobs at Twitter. There were so many FBI people at Twitter that they had their own internal group and their own little crib sheet to describe the difference between the terms that they use at the FBI versus at Twitter.
CIA had it as well.
Yeah, CIA as well had their own little internal group. And I'm sorry, what was the second question?
The third-party proxies.
Oh, yeah. Well, then the Aspen Institute, this was the weirdest thing. We discovered that Aspen Institute had created a workshop that it was attended by basically all of the major media, including as well as all the major social media platforms, to basically pre-bunk in advance the Hunter Biden laptop, even though it had not been, there was no evidence that it existed outside of the fact that the FBI knew that they had it because they got it in December 2019. So to have the Aspen Institute trying to persuade people not to cover the Hunter Biden laptop story in August and September of 2020 was quite chilling and disturbing to see.
These content moderators at social media platforms like Twitter wield an enormous amount of power in terms of determining not only what Americans can say, but also what Americans can see. Do you believe, Mr. Taibbi and Mr. Schellenberg, that it's appropriate for unelected bureaucrats or these tech companies to collude to influence what Americans can say or read?
Absolutely not. And, I wanted to stress again that all this was happening secretively with the blessing of the Department of Homeland Security, with them sending things this is from the EIP at Stanford to Twitter and Facebook saying, we repeat our recommendations that this account be suspended. We recommend labeling all instances of this article. We recommend that you flag as false this. All these demands being made secretly without any public review. My view is that the government doesn't decide who can speak in the town square. Why should the government be deciding who can speak on social media platforms? We, the people, should decide our own content as adults, legal content. It should not be decided by either government or big tech.
And Mr. Taibbi and Mr. Schellenberg, do you believe that this censorship is a form of election interference?
Absolutely it is. There's no question in my mind.
Mr. Taibbi?
Yes, I think it certainly can be. In the latest story that we did on the CTI League, we saw the overt partisanship of the people involved in this operation. That was actually the reason the whistleblower came forward. The people involved, one of the quote was, they assumed everyone who was smart thought the way they did. They talked about the potential election of Donald Trump being an end-of-the-world event. They talked about the wackadoodles who actually watch Fox News. And, even as somebody who doesn't vote for Republicans, it was shocking to me to see this. And I think this was a consistent theme of not just the CTI League, but most of the censorship organizations that we looked at. They all tend to drift in one direction.
Yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of us here today have heard the stories of the depths of human depravity
before we go
from
into
the Hamas
Kate Kamek
attack.
here, obviously they covered a lot of the things that we've been talking about since Twitter Files. Stanford Internet Observatory, EIP, how they all got involved. But I still think it's very revealing that we revisit this after a year and kind of bringing this up. This CTIL stuff is no joke. It's not just like mis and disinformation, malinformation stuff. These were programs that were on offense, right? We're going on offense. We're creating PSYOPs, psychological operations. We're inserting people into private groups to break them apart. We are physically actually going on offense to change and shape narratives. And I just love the fact that on Congress, on the floor, he's calling it out directly. Yeah, Nate, go ahead.
Yeah, they noticed in that last segment, they talked about the revolving door of all the FBI agents in working at Twitter. That was the first thread I did on this account a year ago. And I actually got the number low. There were a lot of CIA on there too, working at Twitter. And the interesting thing, I believe it was Schellenberger who said, was that some of the Twitter staff had pushed back on censoring, and then CISA or the DHS had recommended doing it. So it was the Jim Bakers. Dawn Burton was another. She was an assistant to Jim Comey at the FBI, and other FBI and the CIA inside Twitter that recommended doing it. So they were working within, and they really do need to put more emphasis on the revolving door. It's a big problem. I'm glad they brought it up, though.
Yeah, no, me too. And I'm sure Dustin will come back here. He's driving, so he's going in and out of traffic. Ryan, you joined us. Ryan Mata, how are you doing, sir? Any comments on this?
No, man, I'm just enjoying. You guys put together one of the best Twitter spaces that I've ever been to. And I'm not lying. I was just texting Sabai that. And I just wanted to tell you guys how much I appreciate you. Thank you for giving me the mic. I'm just hanging out, prepping for my show today. I'm going to give your page and all of your channels a big shout out on LFA TV today. I appreciate you guys. Keep up the great work. And
Awesome.
Please hit that like button for everybody. Retweet this space. Let's pump it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ryan. I appreciate you, man, obviously. So, excellent. Thank you for the kind words. All right, well, let's keep going, guys. Apparently, I've been told that Kate Kamek has dropped the mic on this. So I haven't heard it yet, but she's coming up next. So let's hear what she has to say. Or K, is it K or Kate? I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's Kamek. That's all I know.
Act, resulting in unthinkable brutality, including the mass murder of innocent Jews and civilians on October 7th. Witnessing such barbarity feels...
I can't. No. First of all, that's not Kay Kamek. It's Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I'm not going to listen to this. I can't. Like, it's going to be. She already brought up Israel, so it's going to be Donald Trump as Hitler.
Thank you for not putting us through
This
that.
entire hearing is President Trump is Hitler, or Trump this, Trump did this, Trump did this, Trump did this. This wasn't under his direction, nor some of this wasn't. It started before he was in office.
I would just keep playing it through because I want to hear Taibbi and Schellenberger's response to this nonsense and how ridiculous the questioning is.
I know it's so hard. Like, I've been dealing with this shit now since 2016. Like, these people are unhinged. Like, it's been 7 years. I've had to listen to this same nonsense over and over and over again. And like, they're not even addressing any of it. Dan Stube, he's another Democrat, right? I think. Give me a second, guys. Let me. Sab, can you take over just for a second?
What do you guys think is going to be the biggest threat to the 2024 election moving forward? Like over the next 11 months, Do you guys think that Hunter Biden's going to testify, that he's actually going to walk in there and go, oh, yeah, let me get on camera and let me testify? You guys think that's going to happen?
Didn't he say he was going to?
Yeah, he claimed he did, but I'm just waiting for whatever false flag terrorist attack or some catastrophic event that distracts us, and all of a sudden, magically, he was going to testify. He even admitted he wanted to go in there, but, yeah, something happened.
Yeah, something always happens, right? Like opening the doors and letting people into the Capitol on the 6th to interrupt the hearings, for instance.
I think it's going to be another virus type thing.
Anybody else? Does anybody think that we're actually going to make it to the 2024 election?
I think we will. Why wouldn't we?
Because we have 4 million migrant caravan that's hitting the border shores as we speak. That one will be followed by 5 million, and they're able to make these caravans move roughly. Some can make it here in 6 weeks. Some take about 90 days. The next one will be 5 million, and they always ratchet it up like they always have every month. And then the next one after that will probably be 6-7 million. And that'll be coming like the weeks before the months leading up to the 2024 election. Next year, I think we're going to take about 10 million migrants. If I had to take a best guess.
So you don't think we're going to have an election? Is that what you're
And we're
saying?
seeing a rise in crime in blue cities, blue states, and the leadership they aren't doing anything about it. And I think that's planned. So I'm not sure if I'm correct on this, but to me, it's leaning toward if they don't make up another virus, but it's leaning toward declaring martial law. And if I'm not correct, the president can. I mean, then there can be. You can declare no election. Could happen. Is that, I don't know if I'm right or wrong about that.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard those sort of, no offense, but I've heard that sort of talk ever since Bill Clinton was in office. People thought he wouldn't leave. They thought Bush wouldn't leave. They thought Obama, and now the left thought Trump wouldn't leave. And then the January 6th thing happened. So these are actually sort of typical fears that people have in every cycle, and I've witnessed it my entire life, but I'm not too concerned about really any. I mean, okay, I'm concerned about stuff, but I'm not concerned that our election's going to be suspended. My concern is that nothing's going to be rolled back and they're going to just dump a bunch of mail-in ballots. So we're going to have still a problem with that. That's a concern because they haven't really, as far as I know, haven't fixed that in most of the states. So that's an issue.
Yeah, well, it's definitely 2024. This next year is going to be absolutely out of control, and I hope and pray that everyone keeps their families safe and that do what you can to be self-sufficient, because it's going to be absolutely crazy. And a lot of these people, as you hear them speak, they think it's existential. Everything is existential to them. So, in a lot of ways, a lot of these people that have been levying this soft Q in our country since 2017, it is existential for them. They thought they'd win. The useful idiots thought they'd win, and I'm not seeing them win. So it's going to get nasty. It's going to get gross. Let's see what Jim Jordan has to ask about Ms. Subramania. And real quick, guys, like, listen, I understand. I mean, I'm getting comments like, what, don't you want people to hear the opposite opinion? I'm like, no, but they've just been saying the same nonsense for years. If you haven't been paying attention to it, I don't know what to effing tell you. Like, just because I don't want to hear it, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get actual quality content out of this, but I'll try to find someone that I at least ask decent questions that doesn't always lead back to Goebbels and Trump is Hitler. Like, maybe we could actually be like that. That's where I'm interested. But Debbie Wasserman Schultz is not an interesting person. This Mr. Lynch guy is not an interesting person. These are not interesting people. These are partisans. The fact that Stacey Plaskett out of the Virgin Islands, who has no voting power within our government at all, is a ranking member for this committee, and you want to hear what she's got to say, she's there for one reason. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give that oxygen. But
Yeah, I mean, Trash, if they're going to just sit up there and filibuster, then yeah, don't play it. But if they're questioning Taibbi and what, I'd like to hear that. But, you know what I mean?
But that's what they're doing. They're just ranting. Anyway.
Yeah, so that's a waste of time then.
Already here. You said in your statement you want to give us a glimpse of what lies ahead. I think it's already here. In the course of our investigation in this committee, on January 15, 2021, the FBI sent to Bank of America Tell us all your customers' purchases in the Washington, D.C. area for a specific date. Customers transacting debit card or credit card Washington, D.C. purchases on specific dates in this town. Anyone, whether you're here for the rally, whether you're here for any kind of protest, if you're just in visiting your mom. And they further said, and they capitalize any historic purchase going back 6 months for any weapons or weapons-related vendor purchases. That is frightening stuff, because you gave the example, I think, Danny Bolford, you gave the example. I think it's already here.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm working on issues related to that here in the U.S. There are people who have been debanked in America. They generally tend to be on the conservative side. I've interviewed pastors, missionaries who do good work overseas. They've been debanked with no explanation. The reasons are very vague, that your risk profile doesn't match what we're comfortable with, and so these are people who've been debanked for doing good work, and they generally tend to be on one side of the political spectrum.
But by the way, I think in your testimony you said this guy, Mr. Bolford, was former Royal Canadian Mounted Police, was not charged with anything, wasn't being held, was released, and that's when the debanking took place. Is that accurate?
Yes, roughly. They were all happening around the same time.
But he wasn't charged with anything, and yet he couldn't get access to his account.
So the Trudeau government invoked the Emergencies Act. It's only been invoked twice during the two world wars. And one of the outcomes of the Emergency Act was to go after people who were peacefully protesting against the COVID-19 vaccine requirements. And if you donated to the cause, you found yourself debanked. And this is what ended up happening with 280 people.
Mr. Tybee, is there a realignment happening? I mean, I look at today's panel. Democrats invited a individual who worked in a Republican administration, and Republicans invite two former Democrats, award-winning journalists. One was the hero of the environment, as recognized by Time magazine. The other one worked for Rolling Stone. And we invite a foreigner to come tell us, hey, don't let this stuff happen here. If America goes this way, the whole world's in even bigger trouble. I mean, it seems to me there's a realignment happening, and I think I've invited more Democrat witnesses to testify in front of this committee than the Democrats have, because the focus is on the First Amendment. I don't care whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, Conservative, Progressive. What I care about is the ability to speak, and to speak in a political fashion and not have the government come after you for doing so. So I think there is a total realignment happening in the culture and in politics, and frankly, I think that's a darn good thing. Not what they're doing, but the realignment.
Well, I definitely agree with you that there's a realignment going on. Until very recently, I think free speech and free speech culture was uncontroversially embraced really by both parties. During the entire early period of the war on terror, those issues strongly animated most Democrats that I knew. Most of my friends were in opposition to laws like the Patriot Act, or at least concerned about them, the potential for overreach there. Most people understood, for instance, the work of the ACLU in defending cases like the Skokie March. And to the point about hate speech that was brought up before, I think it's important to point out that the reason that they defended those marchers is not because they liked hate speech or they liked Nazis.
Right.
It's because the American tradition understands that the moment you grant a government official the right to prohibit one kind of speech, you're going to have a whole series of people. Yep. Those people are all civil rights activists that were afraid that the next thing that would happen would be, Southern officials banning NAACP marches. That used to be sort of universally understood in America, and for some reason that in the last decade or so, there's been a complete change in how we look at those issues.
Yeah, I just want to do one last thing in the remaining few seconds I got. Let's put this on the screen, because I think this is interesting too. It tells you how upside down things have become. We have testifying in front of us today, Ms. Subramania, who is from Canada, telling us, look, get ready, because we've seen what's happened in our country, and we don't want it happening here. This is a recap of a phone call from one of the executives at Facebook with folks from the White House, and the person recapping this just happens to be the former UK minister in the member of Parliament, Nick Clegg, and he says this: "I countered that removing the content like the White House wanted them to do would represent a significant incursion in traditional boundaries of free expression in the United States." So we got a Canadian warning us, we got a member of Parliament warning. I think it's interesting, the irony here that someone from Great Britain is telling us about what our rights are. I mean, we had a little skirmish way back in 1776 about this very kind of thing. I mean, this is how upside down it has gotten. I don't know Ms. Subramanian's politics, but 2 former Democrats, 3 journalists, and they've invited a Republican. It just tells you what is going on. But I think, again, underscoring how important this is. And it's not crazy. It's not bogus. It's not unfounded, as the Democrats have said. And the Fifth Circuit has certainly said it's not those 3 things. I'm over time, but now yield to Mr. Allred. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we should unpack that a little bit. I saw some people reacting. Maybe we should unpack it a little bit. Dustin, do you have any thoughts on this while I try to catch up?
Oh, hell yeah. So, first, I loved Lee Stefanik basically shouting out name redacted on the revolving door issue. If you guys were listening in the pre-show, we talked, right? Name literally called, hey, it's going to come up. Don't worry about it. Like, we're going to see revolving door. And so, shout out there. Like, great work. Second, I want to touch on the debanking again, because it's hard to even articulate in a way that make people understand how brutal it is, right? And how little recourse you have when it happens to you. And what I appreciated about like that segment between Jordan and Schellenberger, what the other chick, the cool chick from Canada, whatever her name is, Super something.
Anya, yeah.
Super duper. I'm just gonna call her Super duper for now. That the fact that they don't have to charge you with anything, right? I've never been charged. I've never been indicted, right? And yet, the fact that I wasn't able to bank for more than 3 years has an unbelievable impact on your ability to survive and live. And the fact that they can do it without charges really plays into that. The Bank of America thing around January 6th, again, that's another place that me and my friends were targeted without recourse. And the other thing is, there is an implication that goes along with them requesting that information that's somewhat unspoken, but the result is that not only when they get the request for your information, right, the bank immediately changes your risk and your risk profile, and often uses that request for records as the justification to shut your bank accounts down. And that this has happened to several friends of mine who were more than 20-year customers at Bank of America. Their savings and checking accounts go back to the time that they were kids. And the fact that the government asked for the information, right, they use that as justification of shutting people's bank accounts down. It is incredibly perverse. And when it happens to you, there's no adjudication. You have nowhere to go in order to ask. In fact, they've written the prompts, and we had a vice president of Bank of America who was willing to step up and become a whistleblower. This is how we found out about a lot of this stuff originally. Who told us that the people that you end up talking to when it happens to you are given a screen, and that screen tells them not to give you any information, to keep it very vague and very generic, to limit their civil liability as far as like giving you the information while you're actually being censored and debanked. And again, the design there is to starve you and the people that you provide for. And I hope that sinks into people, which is just imagine you wake up tomorrow and you don't have access to your money, right? They tell you that they'll send you a check in 30 to 90 days for whatever your account balance is. And then no other bank will set you up. And think, just imagine for years having to figure out a workaround in order to just pay your bills, in order to buy groceries, in order to get your kids right, pay your kids' medical bills, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It is beyond warped. It is beyond wicked. The people who want to debank and censor you are always the bad guys, right? And we used to, right? It used to be if they wanted to like designate you in a movie as a bad guy, they would show you early on, like a quick way to do it was just to show you as the person who was advocating or censoring others. And we really need to get back to that place. I love the fact that they're throwing it in their face that, right, the ACLU and progressives and, right, even throwing Dennis Kucinich, who is the campaign manager for RFK, by the way, right, that this should be bipartisan because it will come to bite everybody who isn't a part of the established power. And so that I was very happy with that particular segment. I didn't miss Matt Gaetz. Did I trash? Like, tell me I didn't miss Matt Gaetz because I heard we get a shout out there.
No, we did not miss Matt yet. I've actually got Stacey Plaskett queued up. I don't know what she's going to say, but I figure that I should capitulate a bit and offer an opposing view, I guess, on this conversation. So we're going to hear from Stacey Plaskett. Gavin joined us.
Trump is literally Hitler, trash. He's literally, you know who else? Hitler and Goebbels, and this is all fake, and we should be allowed to censor hate. Why do you love hate so
Yes.
much?
Yeah, I know. So if it goes that route, then I'll cut it off because I just don't care anymore. Like I've heard it for the last 7 years. I don't want to hear it anymore. But Gavin, go ahead and then Stealth, and then I'm going to get back to the hearing.
One thing I want to mention is notice that when they discussed the trucker convoy, people having issues with their banks, that they mentioned MasterCard. And one of the keys to understanding debanking is understanding the role credit card companies play in the debanking capability. And Dustin just touched on it with precision, and that is it has to do with risk assessment modeling. Now, what's interesting is back when Alex Jones got banned in 2018, I reached out to an individual that I was an assistant for who's in the intelligence community and said, hey, can you get to the bottom of this? And he came back and said, I want to introduce you to a group called the Counter Extremism Project. One of the founders of the Counter Extremism Project invented a hashing technology that was to be deployed in social media platforms for purposes of flagging child pornography and terrorist recruitment videos. And you can go look at CEP reports on social media using the hashing technology. And the biggest complaint the CEP had was we've given them this hashing technology for them to flag content, but we're still finding terrorist recruitment content and child porn on these platforms. What's going on? So what the deep dive revealed is that the hashing technology was actually being used to flag political opponents rather than the terrorist recruitment videos and the kiddie porn. So what ends up happening is, though, because the hashing technology was designed to stop money laundering, terrorist financing, child pornography, human trafficking, things like that, there's a checklist. And what they have to do is check off, is this child porn? Is this terrorist content, etc.? So what they were doing were they were abusing the hashing technology to flag conservatives as terrorists. And that's what started the debanking of Alex Jones, Laura Loomer, etc.
Yeah. So, and obviously, Gavin, you would know. I mean, and I appreciate you joining us. That is a critical piece for people to understand. Like when we saw the DOJ come out and we saw Merrick Garland have to walk back his statement from October of last year about redefining what are domestic terrorists, i.e., parents at school boards, everyone just thought like, oh, how offensive. No, it was for these type of designations specifically so that these systems could go to work. And so, Gavin, I think that's a really, really important part here that you brought to the conversation. I appreciate you coming up, and you two would know for sure as well, on top of Dustin and a lot of other people here. So Stealth, real quick, and then I'm going to get to Miss Plaskett here.
Sure. By the way, I see Bree down there. I sent you a DM. I invited a couple of people that I think are integral. When I hear them talk about this stuff, my blood boils from 2 points, right? From the COVID-19 stuff, and then currently what I've been, doing for 7-8 weeks now. If you want to know who the real Nazis are, and the real terrorists are, and the real people that have been, moving and controlling things, you need to listen to a lecture from Angela, who talks about the corruption of the Muslim Brotherhood, who has entered every single um, you know place in leadership, including in the administration, and the Russian propaganda being pushed, and this narrative being pushed. All these talking points is out of the KGB handbook, and you've got Marxists that have literally infiltrated every single level of our government that are allowing this to happen. You listen to Mayorkas's hearing, and the person who was approving asylum seekers, and her posting terrorist propaganda. Those are the real terrorists. This narrative to push this in the direction that a regular conservative person who doesn't want to take a vaccine is considered a terrorist now is effing insane. And I'm trying to stay as measured here as I possibly can and professional, because people start to follow me in here to listen to me because they think that this is going to be a space on geopolitical wars and terrorism that's going on right now. But no. This narrative that's been created is literally out of a KGB propaganda handbook being used by Marxists that have been infiltrating our government for 40 years. We have experts on this who have been coming to speak to us in our spaces, and I invited them here because they're kind of clueless about this part, because nobody's looking at how this agenda was put off in terms of COVID-19, and regular people just saying, hey, there's something wrong here. You can't force this on people, and on and on and on, everything that's happened since. So excited to listen to Stacy, because I clearly need to take more blood pressure medicine to hear after she speaks. So thanks, Trash, for doing this, and I'm going to listen to the early part of this as well again. But I think this situation that's going on here has to do with the infiltration on every single government level of a Marxist ideology that was pushed here to destroy America. I'm sorry to tell you guys, Donald Trump is not a Nazi. I will show you what the face of Nazis look like, and it is not this. It's the people marching the streets saying death to America, death to Israel, death to Christians, death to Jews. That is the problem. Okay, I'm just so, wow, I cannot believe what's going on. So thanks, guys, for doing this. I'm gonna stay up here, and if Angela pops by or anybody else, I'll let you know, Trash. So thanks.
Well, actually, you know what? I'm actually going to take a detour here. Let me pull this up before I do, because actually it kind of goes into what you were just talking about. But I want you to hear what the average person sounds like that were involved in these programs. And you don't have to go any further than the threads that Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger put together on these CTIL files, because they have a lot of audio from the people that were actually pulling the strings and doing directly. Like, you guys know, I played the Alex Stamos, Renee DeResta clips all the time, where they're just bragging openly about how they're creating a censorship apparatus that they can do what government can't, doing extra constitutional. But the average person that are the useful idiots in what is the attempted, what I call the soft coup from 2017. I'll play a few of these guys' voices, but before I do, Sav, like, I know you've been watching ahead. Is there any highlights that I need to be looking for moving forward? Anything cool going on?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna use my most polite language. The witch, Miss Garcia. She was just so furious and went after Matt Taibbi because he released it on Twitter, and she mentions that. So yeah, if you don't think Twitter right now is important for getting information out, you are sadly mistaken, because I have heard it now twice on this hearing today. We've seen what we can do as far as Speaker Johnson, being voted in, and the calls we made. And we heard from congressmen and women. So, um, this is exciting. I will say, Matt Taibbi, what a class act. They tried to get a soundbite. They tried to set him up for a soundbite to read a completely grotesque tweet from Kanye West. And Matt Taibbi very kindly declined. He goes, I would never say that, and I will not read it. And I'm like, yes, good for you, because they were trying. But they're both doing such an incredible job.
Yeah, no, and Sav, I want to just add to that. I got a bunch of text messages, like maybe half an hour or so ago, that Matt Gaetz shouts out the work being done on Twitter Spaces regarding this issue. So I am really looking forward to hearing what that might be. Right? Again, the work we've been doing here for better part of a year is making a difference, and it's starting to bleed into these other things in a way that I think is really important. I'm looking forward to hearing some of that. Good for Taibbi not taking the bait so that they could clip it and MSNBC could run it infinitum. Oh, look at the stuff he was saying. Oh my God. They literally asked him to read someone else's tweet so that the MSNBC, the Ben Collins hacks, could take that and say that right, those were his words. Look what he said in front of Congress, completely out of context. Really, really
I,
great
I,
pickup.
I got to say one thing here. If you guys, some of you who already know this, Dustin probably knows it for sure. You look at what happened with Code Pink and all these different organizations that we've been forced to on our spaces to dig into to understand what the hell is going on all over the world. There is a mass desire to cause extreme chaos inside of America to take it apart. You need to go back and look at the KGB propaganda and the exportation of the liberation movement by the PLO, by the Russians into here and picked up by the Muslim Brotherhood in this country
Okay.
to literally disrupt. No, to disrupt every single aspect. And they're using
Okay. Well,
social.
you're not going to actually tell me what I can or can't talk about, so that's absolutely ridiculous. What the fuck, man? Bree, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank
Hey
you, Sav.
guys, just wanted to say ciao from Rome. Just wanted to throw up. I threw up in the nest something that I think is fascinating because I tend to look at certain parts of Europe as kind of weather vanes to what we're seeing in the States. The States, however, we continuously fight. That's kind of what we're known for, to be kind of like, um, out there and protesting and arguing, and that's what we're known for. We're kind of bulls in china shops. But take a look at what's happening in Ireland. Sadly, the Irish media is not reporting. And really, a lot of what the Irish are doing now are having to go to Twitter or X to be and to open spaces to talk about what is currently happening in their country. It's fascinating because not only do we see the Irish leadership coming out and blaming everything on normal Irish men and women who are like, hey, we're concerned about certain things that are happening legislatively in our country, open borders, that kind of thing. But anybody who speaks out against the government is now labeled, quote, the far right. That's what they're labeled. And what's really fascinating is that during the recent uprisings in Dublin, which is historic, I want to make it clear, very historic that there have been uprisings to the level that we've seen. The response of government was not only to call their police chief, instead of actually responding to crime, is out there doing press conference calling everybody who's there lunatic hooligans from the far right. But the government started to engage X and all the other social media platforms, and they say this openly, to censor. It's fascinating, and the only platform that refused to censor was X, and they complain about it, and they filed complaints about it. Meta, that includes Instagram, like Meta, Facebook, whatever you want to call that group, was one of the worst. TikTok, the worst. So it's fascinating because they're telling us exactly what they're doing. So I think it's something important to kind of give a little bit of a background and knowing what is being pushed, like 10 to 15 years in the future, maybe less. in countries like the weather vane in Ireland. Thanks, guys.
Well, I find it interesting, Bree, because if you remember, I was on vacation this year. I was down in Mexico, and I was just like waking up randomly one morning, and we were having a space, and a bunch of people from Ireland were coming in, and they were talking about a lot of the things that have been talked about right now, and I was not aware of. And it became like the next 6 months became like this whole awakening of what the hell is going on in Ireland, and this groundswell, and then to see what has happened recently, it's kind of crazy to know that I was hearing about it. Like, granted, yes, I'm in Arizona, I'm not in Europe, but to watch it happening and coming in real time, and then to see it coalesce the way it has here, it's kind of crazy.
You're right,
And
and just to say, like, I remember us chatting about that. It was a super fun space trash. But what I find fascinating is that the Irish that came into that space, I ended up connecting with a few of them for other stories, and so I would jump into their spaces, and the fact of the matter is like that all of this stuff that we hadn't heard. Has culminated in what we're now seeing as like a social media kind of uprising that's taking place. And X was part of that. And the uprising was not about far right issues. It was about a real concern that the Irish people have with a massive spike in violent crime and domestic crime in the last year. I've got statistics in the last year. It has like gone up 100% in that country in over just 1 year. Domestic violence, and these are specifically violence against from men against women, and the people who are coming into Ireland are the majority of them are men. Some of them are not from, like, they're not from war torn countries. We're talking Georgia, you know. The man who stabbed 3 children. One is still critically ill, and a woman. It was been like what a week and a half ago. That individual, he's still in hospital, but he's not from a war torn country, and he was provided. And he's not reportedly he's never worked. He's been there for I think over 10 years, never worked, lives on government subsidies, and was the government tried to deport him. And so it's like and he was caught reportedly with a knife, an issue with a knife earlier this year. So yeah, people are going to claim that this is mental illness, stability, that kind of thing. That's what's being pushed as well. Oh, how dare you identify that this individual was a foreign national? This was just a cry for help. Meanwhile, 3 kids stabbed in broad daylight, right? So the government, what's fascinating is just like, again, we're looking at our government, but take a look at what the Irish government is literally saying in the open, and expect that once you have a majority, and they really are like an oligarchy, the majority of people in Ireland, voters, do not want this type of legislation that they're trying to push. They're trying to do a hate speech legislation that would make it illegal to post hate speech, even if it was like in like a private message on your phone. But they can't define what hate speech means, right? You see where this is going. Very
yeah,
concerning.
no, 100%. Well, and so the clips I was going to play before I get back to the hearing, I want to get back to the hearing. The clips I was going to play was from Matt Taibbi's thread here, and these are the average people that are in these policy rooms, these organizations that they're creating, and this is what they sound like.
Basically, we're using many of the same techniques as the bad guys, but we're doing it in a good way. We are helping people to understand the reality of complex situations. We are helping them to avoid confusion, and we are helping to make simple, repeatable, hopefully viral concepts that can saturate the information space in the same way bad guys do.
Yeah, so they believe that they're the good guys We know that the techniques that the bad guys use. And so we're going to saturate with narratives in the information space. So it'll help people understand what they should be thinking. This was in the thread. It's down there in the chat. And tweet 8 in this thread says it's expressly forbidden against U.S. citizens. In a training video, key CTIL member Pablo Brewer, which was brought up earlier in the opening statements, Pablo Brewer, says the most capable agency for anti-disinfo work would be the Defense Department. Only it's, quote, expressly forbidden to operate against U.S. citizens. Well, we know that not to be true. So this is what the hearings were supposed to be about today, was the CTIL. I'm hearing that a lot of the Congress people are just going absolutely nuclear in this, so I can't wait to get to it. Savvy, I think you told me Matt Gaetz is going off right now.
Oh yeah, he's still going.
He's still going.
Yes.
Can you give
The
me a time?
chairman said, "Go ahead, you've got your time." And Matt is, like I said, going off. He even held up his fist almost as to goat the left. He is. I love it.
Can
I've
you give
got
me a
chill bumps even just talking about it.
Can you give me a timestamp?
Would you like me to decode it to you for you,
No, I just need.
Aaron?
I just need time.
Okay, I don't know. Hold on, getting there. Oh, it's right after this dickhead. Hour 39:51 ish.
Okay, we're definitely going to play Goldman, because apparently Goldman is clowning himself, and Schellenberger took him to task. I saw Post Millennial reporting on that. So Goldman's a complete tool bag. So I can't wait to see him get wrecked. I'm seeing. All right, so I've got Kay Kamek. I was going to play some of the clips from the thread, but it seems like I need to get back to the hearing. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get us back on track. We got highly derailed here, so I'm going to get it back.
Real trash. I noticed one thing. It's kind of like a procedural almost, but we've been wondering how we like say Seidel or Siddle, right? And it looks like Schellenberger, Jordan, and Taibbi have all settled on the CTI League, and I really like that as far as branding. So I'm going to try to adopt CTI League as like how we reference this thing.
That's probably smart. They have been saying that. You're right. I noticed it a couple times. He said CTIL, and it's like, did he say E? I was like, no, he said League. So yeah, CTI League, which is what it is. That's the name of it. So CTI League, I think I agree. That's a good branding standpoint. From what I understand, Miss Kamek out of Florida, she's got her iPad up. She's got the "Don't Tread on Me" sticker on there. So love to see that. And I will go ahead and move forward on this. So here we go. Miss Kamek has something to say.
That maybe they should, I don't know, focus on the evidence that has been presented here, because it impacts all Americans, not just Republicans, but Democrats too. So I think that we could actually do something to address the weaponization of government in a bipartisan fashion, because it has tremendous impacts on our everyday life. So I'm going to just jump right into it. Miss Troy, I appreciate you being here. My colleague, Mr. Bishop, touched on this, but I want to just make sure that I am exceptionally clear. You said that, quote, the government is not taking social media posts down, end quote. This is from your opening statement. You said that the censorship of American people is, quote, the result of the social media companies exercising their First Amendment rights. You were part of Vice President Pence's team, were you not?
Yes, that is correct.
And so as someone who is familiar with White House officials, you can confirm that the Deputy Assistant to the President and Director of Digital Strategy, Rob Flattery, and the White House Senior Advisor, Andrew Slavitt, are indeed government officials and not social media executives, correct?
Yes, when they were serving in the White House, they are government officials.
Okay, so on February 6, 2021 at 9:45 p.m., I just love when we have timestamps and all this in writing. It helps tremendously. When Mr. Flattery emailed Twitter executives demanding the immediate removal of accounts linked to Biden's adult daughter, he stated, please remove this account immediately. He also stated, quote, I have tried to use your form 3 times. It won't work. I think this is ridiculous that I need to upload my ID to prove that I am an authorized representative of the president. 2 minutes later, at 9:47 p.m., Twitter executives responded saying, thanks for sending this over. We'll escalate for further review here. He shot back, I cannot stress the degree to which this needs to be resolved immediately. Those accounts were then suspended and taken down. Now, fast forward about a month, Mr. Slavitt, Biden's White House senior advisor, said in writing, it would be nice to establish trust with Twitter executives. Internally, we have been considering what our options are on what to do about non-compliance. Is that a threat? Would you consider that a threat from Biden White House officials to social media company executives to censor Americans' First Amendment rights?
I think you would have to ask that question to them. I can't speak for what was intended by that message.
If you were in that position, what would you do?
Well, actually, I can tell you because I'd had conversations with social media companies during the Trump administration while on Mike Pence's office, where I did call a social media company, and we did say, could you please take these photos down, if possible, because a U.S. missionary was killed brutally in Cameroon.
Yeah.
And Charles Wesco from Indiana, whose brother serves as a Republican in the Indiana state legislature. It was his brother who was killed brutally. And the ambassador from Cameroon, U.S. ambassador, did weigh in and say, can we take these down while they circulate to notify the next of kin before they see these horrific images of their father brutally murdered in a crossfire between two different opposing groups in Cameroon?
Absolutely, Ms. Troy. That is heartbreaking. And hold on, I've got to reclaim my time here. But so, Ms. Troy, what I'm saying is, I just presented, no, ma'am, I presented you with a parody account that the White House had to take down. A parody. That is a very different situation than graphic photos of a tragedy. Would you agree?
I am speaking.
That's a simple yes or no.
A situation where
Ms. Troy, if you cannot distinguish between a parody account and memes and jokes versus graphic photos, that's a problem.
I can't speak to what they were referencing. I don't know.
I just laid it out for you, but I'll reclaim my time. I'm going to switch to you, Mr. Schellenberger and Mr. Taibbi. Thank you guys for appearing here before. In a very short order, I have to go appear before the CDC director, Dr. Cohen. Please talk about the treasure trove of evidence that you have found with regard to the CDC silencing world-renowned epidemiologists such as Dr. Jay Bhattacharya and the impact that has had on public health and the health of various Americans around the country because of the work of the CDC and FDA silencing these voices.
Time of the gentlewoman has expired, but the witnesses can respond and answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just very briefly, during a crisis, you need free speech so you can respond. You can have these issues, you can debate them. And what we saw was both Harvard epidemiologist Martin Kilduff and Stanford epidemiologist Jay Bhattacharya were both censored. Dr. Bhattacharya was put on a trends blacklist. The things that they were advocating was mainstream epidemiology, and their voices were stifled. And we now have seen the consequences of it, most particularly this horrendous learning loss among children that could have been avoided if we had adopted what Dr. Bhattacharya was recommending.
Just quickly, if I could, the trends blacklist image that we saw with Dr. Bhattacharya, that was one of the very first things that we found in the Twitter files, and it was an early example of what we came to understand as malinformation. It's the idea of something that's not untrue or it is true, but is believed to produce an undesirable political result. This is extremely dangerous. Dr. Bhattacharya has had a legitimate scientific opinion. He turned out to be correct. His study was later ratified by the WHO. But it was considered to be against the policies of the current government. And so he became one of the most suppressed people in the country during 2020 and 21, which is exactly what the First Amendment was designed to prevent.
So, real quick, if you guys really want to know what that section was all about, you can go look at the Missouri v. Biden case. All the emails between Rob Flaherty, Andy Slavitt, the White House. Rob Flaherty at the time was the director of digital communications for the White House. He was the one putting a ton of pressure from the White House on the social media companies, and that's what a lot of they were referring to here. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya is also a plaintiff in the Missouri v. Biden case. And so a lot of the proof of the emails and the takedowns and everything that happened, not just within the Twitter files, but also with everything else that was included in that entire segment that Ms. Kamek was talking about is actually listed in the documents with emails and exhibits in the Missouri v. Biden case. You guys can go to look at Tracy Bean's profile. She has been reporting on Missouri v. Biden for over a year. If you guys don't want to read a bunch of stuff, you can go find in my highlights tab, and I've done 8 spaces on Missouri v. Biden and everything that's been included all the receipts from the White House and the censorship apparatus. It's all there. You can go listen to it. And all the updates of where it's at right now. Right now, it's at the Supreme Court. They're fighting the injunction. Right now, it has a current stay. They're fighting the injunction on the government being able to censor Americans and coordinate with social media companies. So that whole segment right there is actually well contained within the Missouri v. Biden case. You guys can go see all the receipts that they just talked about there that are there. So I'm getting text messages. Savvy sending me text messages. I'm getting messages from other people. Apparently, Jim Jordan's going off. Matt Gaetz is going off. So I'm going to try to catch up. If you guys have any comments about that segment before I'm going to skip ahead probably to Matt Gaetz, and then I'll get to Jim Jordan. I kind of want to hear what they have to say. And I thought Miss Kamek was great. That was Miss Troy who was talking, Olivia Troy, conflating specifically what was in Missouri v. Biden case of a parody account and malinformation accounts with a missionary who was murdered in Cambodia, as if those were even remotely the same things. So this woman is out of control. But if you guys want to take over real quick while I get caught up, and then I'm going to get through the hearing a bit. Obviously, you guys can tell my voice is absolutely fading. So, but you guys have any comments on that segment that we just listened to?
She was just disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm so sick of hearing them lie. And then she threw out every adjective she could think of to talk about something that had no relevance to anything that the discussion was surrounding, but to throw in, I think she even probably gasped and clutched her pearls as she was talking about the Cambodia picture. I mean, come on.
It is disgusting that you would.
Yeah, the nonstop false equivalencies, right? And just straight up, like continuous. You're watching it real time with the disruption
Yes.
and disinformation
Hmm.
operations that we're exposing,
Yes.
like how they play out. You're watching it in this congressional hearing,
Hmm.
right? The derailing of the conversation, the steering of the information to like the safe ground
Yep.
of Trump is literally Hitler, you guys, literally. Oh my God, Goebbels is come back to life. Joseph, go ahead.
Oh yeah, y'all are 100% on it. I can't stand it when they bring up the Hitler stuff. I think they need to go back through the Nuremberg files and see some of those videos. The Nazis were really good at documenting this stuff, and if they're trying to compare Donald Trump to these people, they lose a lot of legitimacy. They're just absolutely disconnected from reality. But that being said, Trash, you are having an amazing space. It's very informative. I'm loving every moment of it, and I cannot wait to hear Matt Gaetz and Jim Jordan go off in these hearings. It's going to be fantastic. So I'll just grab some popcorn. Y'all keep it up, and thank you for bringing me up here. If I have anything else I want to say, I'll raise my hand. But yeah, no, 100%.
Appreciate that, Joseph. And I also am getting the popcorn ready and excited to hear Gates in particular. I hear there's some love given to some of the people who put some research in time exposing these issues in advance. So I'm really looking forward to that. And again, I think I do kind of want to hear some of the Democrats. I want to hear Goldman get obliterated by Schellenberger. Like, I'm actually excited to hear that clip, even if we have to go back for it after the Gates stuff. I do think it's important for us to hear some of that pushback and go between, because what you're gonna see is Democrats, like long-term progressives who actually believe in free speech, fighting back against this current establishment authoritarian regime that wants to silence people. So I think that's also what we will get some popcorn moments out of some of the Democrats, just watching them get obliterated for their nonsense talking points in a way that I think will be pretty fun to see all the way around. So as Trash just Stop me whenever you're ready. I'm just filibustering at this
Yeah,
point.
no, I'm ready. I'm ready. Matter of fact, we're going to hear Goldman clown himself. And let me be very clear about something. So I'm seeing the comments that I tossed Stealth. I 100% did. She's derailing my space. I'm not interested. This has not been the first time. And I really don't like being told when I can or can't speak in my space. If you don't like it, you're more than welcome to leave. But I'm not interested in what you have to say about it. So anyway, I'm going to move forward. Goldman's apparently clowning himself. So here we go. Absolutely ridiculous. We are literally looking at disinformation and interruption files of how the government did it. Like, I'm suspect of everybody, so don't even start with me.
And don't disrespect Trash anymore. If he wants to go back to the hearing, people let him go back to the hearing. He is the host. Period. Or I'll start bouncing you because this pisses me off.
Yeah, I'm tired of it. Apparently, I'm everybody's circus monkey on Twitter.
Fuck them, Trash.
No, you're not. And that's where they're wrong, Aaron, because you are America's trash panda on
All right, here we
There's
go.
the color you're looking for.
All right, here we go. Goldman's going to clown himself.
List. The things that they were advocating was mainstream epidemiology, and their voices were stifled, and we now have seen the consequences of it, most particularly this horrendous learning loss among children that could have been avoided if we had adopted what Dr. Bhattacharya was recommending.
Good.
Just quickly, if I could get the trends blacklist image that we saw with Dr. Bhattacharya, that was one of the very first things that we found in the Twitter files, and it was an early example of what we came to understand as malinformation. It's the idea of something that's not untrue, or it is true, but is believed
this was
to
the
produce
end of
an
what we were listening to
undesirable
before.
political
I had to back it
result.
up a little bit.
This is extremely dangerous. Dr. Bhattacharya has had a legitimate scientific opinion. He turned out to be correct. His study was later ratified by the WHO, but it was considered to be against the policies of the current government. And so he became one of the most suppressed people in the country during 2020 and 21, which is exactly what the First Amendment was designed to prevent.
I would just point out before recognizing Mr. Goldman that we will take you up on what you said, Ms. Troy. Ms. Kamick asked you a question and about Mr. Slavitt and Mr. Flaherty, and you said we should ask them. And we're going to. That's why we sent them a subpoena this morning. We want them to come in and answer these questions about why the White House was attempting to censor American speech.
Okay, so before we get to Goldman here, what he just said I didn't catch before. Apparently, they have subpoenaed Rob Flaherty and Andy Slavitt. These are two people mentioned in the Missouri v. Biden case with all the emails, the evidence there, if you want to go take a look at it. But apparently, this committee is subpoenaing them. So that should be interesting. Rob Flaherty was known as the social media bulldog, director of digital communications out of the Biden White House. So that should be interesting. I will be looking forward to that. All right, here we go. Here's Clown Show Goldman. Here we go.
New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues and friends from North Carolina and Florida are asking why we are talking about Donald Trump. The answer is because this subcommittee is called the Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. And because of that, the only evidence that we have here in front of us today about the weaponization of the federal government is from Ms. Troy, who has outlined in detail, and I'm sure she has more detail, how Donald Trump weaponized the federal government against his enemies and for his own political interests, and how he intends to do it again. So if we really want to talk about the weaponization of the federal government, we should talk about it, and that's Donald Trump. That's not this grand, crazy conspiracy of how the administration has utilize the social media companies against whom the First Amendment does not apply in order to suppress speech. This is actually the second hearing, I guess our quarterly hearing now, on the Twitter files with the same witnesses that we had. In the first hearing, I asked Chairman Jordan if he could identify any evidence of the government under the Biden administration actually censoring anyone through the social media companies. He pointed out to me an email on January 22nd from Clark Humphrey, to flag a tweet that was from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as evidence. The problem was, and the chairman did not acknowledge this, the tweet was never taken down. How can you have censorship if the tweet was not taken down? And since March 9th, that hearing, this committee has had 29 witnesses.
With a gentleman, you?
I will not only just because I have a bunch. You're the chairman, so I'm sure you'll respond after me. The 29 witnesses have testified, and every single one testified that the government never coerced, pressured, or threatened any social media company to remove any content. Mr. Tybee, I introduced a letter that I led to X. Let's call it X now. That way we can know the difference between when Elon Musk took it over and before when it was Twitter. From November 21st. Have you read this?
No.
Well, do you think it would be problematic if X leaves up terrorist violence and propaganda in violation of the terms of service?
Terrorist violence or terrorist propaganda?
If it violates their terms of service, is it problematic?
Well, it depends on what the content is, but they're a private company. They can do what they want with the content.
Aha! They're a private company and they can do what they want with the content. Do you think it's problematic that X would profit off of terrorist violence, propaganda, and content on their social media platform?
First of all, just to go back to
no, just answer the question. I don't have time.
Yeah, we know.
Do you think it's a problem if they profit off of it?
Well, if the company makes money doing what it does, I don't necessarily see a problem with that.
Okay, interesting. So let me just move on because you said the biggest concern. Sir, I'm sorry. You said the biggest concern that you had from the Twitter files was the systematic flags for social media companies. Now, the Stanford EIP that you're talking about, I'm sure you are aware, has documented that the social media platforms to whom they flagged potentially problematic tweets took action on only 35% of them, and only 13% of them were removed. Mr. Schellenberger, you said the biggest problem, and let me just ask you, Mr. Tybee, real briefly, you would agree that these flags, that the systematic flags that you saw were flags for a violation of the terms of service of the social media company, is that right?
Sometimes, but sometimes in the case of the instances like Congressman Massey, they were actually true information.
That may be the case, but the flag was for a violation of the terms of service.
It's for their interpretation of a violation.
And then the social media company has to determine whether or not it is actually a violation of their terms of service. And in 87% of those flags, they were not removed. Mr. Schellenberger, in brief time, you said that the censorship, the biggest problem you have is the censorship that you talk about is election interference. Do you agree that Russia used social media, including Twitter, to interfere in the 2016 presidential election?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, we've also briefly, if I may, Mr. Chairman, just have extra time that my colleagues have had. You've talked about the Hunter Biden laptop and how the FBI knew it existed. You are aware, of course, that the laptop, so to speak, that was published in the New York Post was actually a hard drive that the New York Post admitted here was not authenticated as real. It was not the laptop the FBI had. You're aware of that, right?
It was the same contents.
How do you know?
Because it's the same. I mean,
you would have to authenticate it to know it was the same contents. You have no idea. You know hard drives can be manipulated.
Are you suggesting the New York Post participated in a conspiracy to construct the contents of the Hunter Biden laptop?
No, sir. The problem is that hard drives can be manipulated by Rudy Giuliani or Russia.
Well, what's the evidence that happened?
There is actual evidence of it, but the point is there's not no evidence for it.
So you're engaging in a conspiracy.
I'm glad you agree with me, Mr. Schellenberger, that transparency is the most important thing. And my last question for you is, do you think it would be transparent if Hunter Biden came to this Congress and testified in a public hearing, and more transparent than if he testified privately?
Literally, I've never thought about that. I have no idea.
You don't know?
Literally never thought about
Is
that.
public testimony more transparent than private testimony?
Are you familiar with the First
Mr.
Amendment?
Chairman, I
It
yield
says that
back.
the Congress shall take no action to abridge freedom of speech.
Yeah,
and that's what you just described.
Mr. Schellenberger, is 13% censorship still censorship?
Absolutely.
And the other 87% is what we call the chilling effect that the courts have long recognized that they engaged in. That is the problem.
There's a by the way, part of the operation, Congressman
Holy
Goldman,
cow.
part of the operation was to change the terms of service. So you see them constantly trying to change the terms of service. You see them, it was 35% of the URLs that were, according to EIP, were labeled, removed, or soft blocked. That's all forms of censorship. That censorship is not just removal.
But 65% were not. So how can the government be so coercive?
So does the First Amendment say that the government can
government
does the First Amendment say the government can censor?
Time of the gentleman has
They're not
expired.
censoring. They're flagging in the social media companies.
Under coercion?
35% of a First Amendment? Or?
It's not the First Amendment. It's the terms of service, as you said, and they are flagging it for the social media companies to make their own decisions. That is not the First Amendment. That is the terms of service.
We have just seen
Congressman, you're an attorney. You know that 4 federal judges have already ruled that.
And I know that it's on appeal in front of the Supreme Court right now.
That debate was very constructive.
That was
I
fun.
think that got to the heart of the issue. That's the problem right there.
That's
The gentlelady
right.
from Wyoming is recognized for 5.
Okay. I'm not going to unpack all the nonsense that Goldman just spouted off there because I think they pretty much handled it at the end. But I was not prepared for the amount of clownery because I thought the whole time I was like, okay, he's spinning it. It's whatever. But the clownery at the end, this dude should be disgraced and removed from. They're like, oh no. Well, 35%. I mean, it's that. Would you consider that mass censorship? Like, yes, we would. 35% of the content. Like the numbers on that is staggering. We know through the Global Engagement Center and ultimately through CISA that they were flagging tranches of up to 50,000 post accounts and content per day. That's what 35% equals. So like, and not to mention all of the evidence to the contrary of what Mr. Goldman had just clowned himself in front of Congress and national television is actually contained with receipts within Missouri v. Biden, Hines v. Stamos, and the CTIL files that we're going over. So, man, I knew he was going to clown himself, but my God, go ahead, Name.
Yeah, that's why I love. I mean, Wasserman Schultz is a filibuster, but this Goldman guy, my God. Yeah, Schellenberger's reply was perfect when he says, oh, well, was that tweet taken down? That's not censorship. No, censorship is also labeling, deboosting, manipulating the audience by adding a fact checker label that it's false. So these are all forms of censorship. I mean, trash. Look at your account. What happened? They didn't suspend you, but they took down some tweets and they basically like put you in a fucking jail. Like that's censorship. Just removing a tweet is not, only censorship. It's, part of free speech is allowing your audience to hear what anything you want. So any form of depressing or suppression of someone's speech is censorship.
Name, and let me add
So
to what
I'm
you just
glad.
said. What you said is very important, but not only that, but when platforms decide to take the route of editing whatever is being published, they become an editor, which completely tramples what Section 230 protections and liabilities that they have. So deleting or suggestion that you edit your tweet or that you take it down, they're becoming editorial. So that is one of my biggest concerns that I feel like we need to deep dive, get the receipts on who's being prompted to, I guess unofficially, do we have a term for that where they're prompting you or forcing you or, ambushing you to become, editorial? Do we have a term for that?
I mean, that's like on Twitter. If they find your tweet in violation, they'll basically put your account on lock until you delete the tweet, or you can keep it up and wait for 7 days. So I don't know what the term is, but there's plenty of receipts already on this activity through Missouri v. Biden and Twitter file stuff. it's all out there already. I mean, I've put stuff out with, the Aaron Berman 5-minute video on how he goes into great detail on how they manipulated COVID and vaccines by suppression of malinformation, which is true content, and censorship by rigging how they're manipulating the platform by amplifying the state narrative of pushing vaccines and whatnot. So there's many layers of how they can censor or even manipulate the users on these platforms. It's all censorship. I mean, call it whatever you want, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. All right, I can't find Matt Gaetz for some reason. I don't know why I can't, because I wanted to hear what he had to say. Senator from Wyoming's interesting. Plaskett, of course, is a clown. But I'm not seeing Matt Gaetz. Where did I miss it? I'm trying to find it here. But I think that Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger handled Mr. Goldman quite well. He really tried to twist everything. All the truth is all there. We've all seen the receipts. We know it's there.
He's literally doing what CTI League is doing. This is literally what they do. You're witnessing it. I mean, people come in our space. They do it on Twitter Spaces. I mean, this is literally the psyop and the distraction and infiltration stage where these people push disinformation or distract. Like, you literally heard it happen.
Yep.
It's unbelievable. It's funny, but they did a great job, like dunking on him. So
yeah, that's great. Bill, go ahead and get in here.
Yeah, it's obvious underbiting the fifth branch of government. The fourth being the mainstream media that pushes out the White House propaganda, amplifies it, and the fifth being the big techs that suppress conservative speech and views. And it goes beyond old Twitter and Facebook, Google, making sure that you only get, when you do a search, you're only going to get the views that they want you to get, and they suppress the conservative views. So it's rather ridiculous. It's a battle we have to fight, and spaces and radio and every mean, just getting your voice out on X. Thank God for Elon Musk for turning around the Twitter and giving us free speech. And we just have to. This is a battle we all have to fight. Everybody. I don't care how big your account is, how small your account is. You have a voice. I personally will amplify any voice that comes on my posts that either quotes or reposts. And I'm on America Matters Radio now, and encouraging people to call in, let your voices be heard. It's the only way we're going to battle the censorship.
I agree. I encourage everybody to use their voice as well moving forward. So, sorry guys, I'm handling a bunch of people who seem to want to tell me how I should be running things around here. I could just tell you guys personally, go fuck yourselves. I'm really not interested in you guys telling me how I should run my space. So, literally, go fuck yourselves, all of you. I don't care if you all unfollow me. Go fuck yourself. Angelo, go ahead.
Based first of all, yeah. Do not let anyone tell you what to do. It's a free speech platform, so I 100% agree with your sentiment. And it's disturbing that we have Democrats who are lying under oath, saying that the DOJ, the FBI, every single department of ed and whatnot is essentially being used for weaponization of the government against one president who has done nothing wrong. And then we have folks in high ranks saying that parents are domestic terrorists, and saying you need to be subpoenaed to testify. because you are fighting for your child's rights. That's BS to me. I'm sorry. I'm 23 years old and I have a little sister. And free speech is free speech, okay? It's a First Amendment right. And if Democrats don't get that, maybe they should be actually not running for office and getting kicked the heck out of America if you think America is such a bad place. I'm sorry. But you don't it's annoying. it's I have dealt with censorship in school before. I have been told that, you know, because I'm a black conservative, you know, I don't know what it's like to be black. I'm sorry, but you don't know my life. Okay. You know, but yeah, it's this is a fight, you know, against the left, and we will win this fight. Conservatives will win this fight in the end. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like they've adjourned. I don't know if they've adjourned for the day or they're taking a lunch, guys, just to kind of give you an update here. Matt Gaetz did not speak in this. I think he may have spoken at a press conference, but I don't. It looks like the stream is over, so it looks like they've adjourned for the day. I think we're done with the hearing for today, but I'm going to try to go find that Matt Gaetz clip of whomever they were talking about. Joseph, go ahead. I'm probably going to wind this space down very shortly. I'm losing my voice and my patience.
I hear you, and thank you again for the mic. Yeah, no, Angelo. Yeah, I love how you're the director of Mr. Hoover, who's running for Senate.
Yes. Yes, I am. Yep.
I can't wait to serve with y'all in DC and take this back. These are the seeds in these committee hearings that we're listening to being planted. So when we get in 2024, 2025, we can
Yes.
rock and roll with a strong executive, strong Senate, and a strong House. So I
Thank you.
stand here with you. I appreciate it. And Trash, dude, you're running it great. I appreciate it. This is exactly, I love commentary on C-SPAN or the committee hearings. It's important that people hear this. And listening to that one guy say that Donald Trump utilized it, I'm sorry, that was a joke. Right now, Donald Trump got, 91 or so indictments? Terrible indictments, fraudulent indictments, weaponized by the DOJ. Absolutely terrible. But I can't wait to see him just smack all of them out and find the DOJ absolutely guilty of being weaponized by the current administration. So, yeah, no, it's Joe Biden doing it, and it's his administration. With that, I'll yield. Thank you for letting me speak. Trash, you're awesome.
Appreciate you, Joseph, and appreciate the kind words. And you're absolutely right. I think it was hilarious that Goldman completely clowned himself. And yeah, as confirmed that the hearing is done for the day. So we'll pick up when they pick back up on this. I'm not sure. Name, go ahead, and I'll get some final comments. And Caroline, I'll get some final comments from everyone. Then I'll probably
do you want to play, or do you want me to play Congresswoman Hagman? Or I don't know.
Hagman, she's from Wyoming, right? I've got it.
Yeah, she talked. I have it queued up if you want me to do it.
Okay, yeah, you can then. That's fine. I have it queued up as well. But go ahead.
All right, here we go.
That sunshine is the best disinfectant and that this place needs to be fumigated. We've been working hard to do that over the last 7 months, but it hasn't been easy and our work continues. Mr. Schellenberger, when you last testified before our subcommittee, you responded to a question from Chairman Jordan when he asked about the Hunter Biden laptop story, and I'm going to quote what you said. You said, quote, now maybe the FBI agents were going to Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook and to Twitter executives were warning about a hack and leak potentially involving Hunter Biden. Maybe those guys didn't have anything to do with the guys that had the laptop. We just don't know. Well, you know what? Now we do know. And we know after interviewing Laura Demlow, who at the time of the Hunter Biden laptop story was on the Foreign Influence Task Force, we have learned from her that she and others on that task force did in fact know about the laptop before the New York Post story broke, and they knew it was his. In other words, the work done in the years since the release of the Twitter files has continued to expose the extent of the censorship industrial complex. These discoveries show the importance of your testimony and the oversight work that has been done by this committee. What do you think this shows in terms of the complexity and scope of the censorship industrial complex? What I mean by that is, even though with the trove of information that you released over a year ago, or approximately a year ago, we're still filling in the gaps to understand the extent of what the federal government has engaged in terms of violating the First Amendment.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things that it shows is that the censorship is in service of disinformation. It wasn't that they prevented the New York Post from publishing. It wasn't even that they did. The tweet eventually did come back on Twitter, was eventually allowed. But the disinformation that was planted, that myself and all my family and friends believed, was that there was something fraudulent about the Hunter Biden laptop, which we now know was actually the Hunter Biden laptop. It's been verified now by all the major media and everybody else. So, but it created the perception that it was misinformation by the Russians. And of course, that conspiracy theory continues to be peddled today. So that's what it did. And that's how these guys at CTIL thought about it. That's how all of these operatives that are used to waging disinformation campaigns and PSYOPs in foreign countries turned those tools against the American people.
And that's the critical point. They have been turned against the American people.
Absolutely.
What do you think about the fact that the FBI agents warning Twitter about a hack and leak were the same agents who knew that of the existence and legitimacy of that laptop? What do you think about those people?
It's shocking. I like you said, I was trying to only report on what we knew at the time, but obviously when that came out, it's absolutely shocking that you would have the FBI sitting on this information in 2019 and then seeding the idea that there would be a hack and leak coming. I mean, it wasn't just Aspen Institute, it was also Stanford came out, and they used that as a pretext to attack the Pentagon Papers principle upheld by the Supreme Court, that when journalists like us are leaked information, we can publish it and we're protected by the First Amendment. We saw Stanford Institute attacking that precedent and saying journalists should no longer follow the Pentagon Papers principle. They should no longer report on information leaked to them. They should not do what Matt and I and Alex just did with publishing these files leaked to us by a patriotic whistleblower who knew absolutely that this was wrong, that it was a violation of the First Amendment, that it was a violation of it in the spirit and the letter. And that's the kind of, to see these institutions of the establishment argue against this great American tradition of journalism and the First Amendment is quite appalling.
It's shocking.
Shocking.
Ms. Subramania, here in the House, we are exposing the U.S. government censorship by proxy, which uses social media companies, academia, and private companies to circumvent the First Amendment. At the same time, we are watching with horror as liberal democracies in Europe and Canada are not even trying to hide their efforts to censor their citizens. We know where this is going, and without exposure and reform, we could be doomed to the same fate. In your opening statement, you discussed the impacts of the Online News Act and the other censorship efforts seen in European nations, and you issue a stern warning that I hope all Americans will take to heart. Could you describe the trends that you are seeing, and specifically what tools or mechanisms of control these governments are trying to exert over free speech?
Thank you for that question. Some of the examples are from my testimony. So debanking is one obvious tool that the Canadian government, in a sense, has pioneered as far as Western liberal democracies are concerned. China has been doing that for years, but it's now come to the West. And they went after peaceful protesters and punished them, weaponized the financial system, weaponized the government against them to teach them a lesson. You can't do this ever again. And this sort of thing has a chilling effect on people's ability to express themselves freely. And that's certainly happened in Canada. And what's happening in Ireland, again, another country that I've mentioned, what's happening in France, the EU directive on online speech. All of these things are just extremely problematic. And what I want to say something here. What is under threat here is a core value of Western civilization. That's right. That is what is being undermined here. And that goes back to the Enlightenment. That is what we have to fight for. And the way you tackle misinformation, disinformation, all of these things which are bandied about loosely by people who want to censor you, The best solution to these things is more robust debate, and that goes back to the Enlightenment period, and that's what I want everybody to remember. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Taibbi, Mr. Schellenberger. Thank you for battling for all of us. Thank you for working so hard to protect our First Amendment rights. We really, really are terribly indebted to you, and you as well, Janine. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Monnier, well said. The chair now recognizes the ranking member.
That so that's it, and then they go back to Plaskett, and then looks like there's that's about it, trash, and then they went to recess. But the I did share in the nest the subpoenas that we talked about. They tweeted it out, a few hours ago. They subpoenaed Andrew Slavitt and Rob Flaherty. So the links to those subpoenas are up top.
Well, which is important to note if you guys have been following the Missouri v. Biden case. So, one of the things that they were fighting back in January of this year on that case was a lot of the people in the government. They said, "Oh, these people are too high ranking; they're too busy to be deposed," and the federal government offered to give replacements. And the replacements that they offered were essentially people that were not directly intimate with that could actually be deposed on all this information and the censorship that was going on between the White House and CISA and all these places. And so the Fifth Circuit did agree to allow some replacements. Well, Rob Flaherty was one of them. Jen Psaki tried to get that done. That's a whole other hilarious story that I'll tell another time. But the reason that it's so important that Andy Slavitt and Rob Flaherty are actually going to be subpoenaed by the committee is there's not a court out there that has the power to prevent them from being able to be deposed. So that's why I'm looking forward to it, because they're either going to have to lie or they're going to have to tell the truth. And when they tell the truth, because they are sworn in, just like we saw when this hearing started today, everyone's sworn in to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because the only people that have parliamentary immunity are the Congress people that are holding the hearings, not the witnesses. And so the fact that Rob Flaherty and Andy Slavitt are being subpoenaed is a big deal. And one more thing I'd like to point out before I get to the hands that I think is interesting is that Dan Goldman mentioned how I don't understand, why wouldn't we want to make Hunter Biden's testimony public? It seems like the entire machine is in lockstep in making Hunter Biden testify only publicly versus privately. And I wonder why that is. I'm going to have to dig into why that is, but they all seem to be pushing that. I want to see crackhead, testify publicly, but there's a reason they're all pushing it. And then they don't want him to testify privately. And I'm not really sure why that is. And if it's the case that Hunter's going to take his dad down publicly, maybe that's why. Or maybe there's something to specific rules and processes that may give him an opportunity to not speak about some things if he's doing it in public versus private. So we'll see where that goes. But I do want to point out that that's interesting to note, because as far as I can tell through going through the documents, Rob Flaherty and Andy Slavitt, they have their emails with the social media companies putting the pressure on them. But I don't believe they were deposed. And then a lot of these people were removed from the administration before the deposition process took place in the Missouri v. Biden case. And they were replaced with people that did not have intimate knowledge of what went on during 2020, 2021, and so on. So I think that's very important that we get to see that testimony. So, Caroline, go ahead. And then,
So real quick before you go to Caroline, because I'm about to go to a rural area, I just want to, rather than kind of like sitting here thinking about the points I want to take, I'm going to take it back to Taibbi's opening statement, which is they want us to believe, and it's going as a accepted fact, that even the real mis and disinformation, that you are so stupid, you are such a Fox News snorter, as they say in the CTI leak files, that you cannot discern this Russian propaganda or this other propaganda, and it's such a big threat because you don't have the ability and you are not smart enough to not have it influence you in a way. At the same time that they are pushing what has turned out to be blatant, obvious mis and disinformation surrounding issues as important as vaccine effectiveness, vaccine safety, the school lockdowns, right? Election stuff, the Hunter Biden laptop. On all these issues, I'm surrounded by people who were right before it was popular. who were right when it was happening, and were calling this stuff out and paid a price for it. And so, right, I want to just go back to that. Even the threat, right? Even giving them the parameter of saying that the threat of disinformation, right? We have to allow some kind of censorship to exist, or God forbid, all these yokels with their Bible thumpers, right? I think is Obama called us, right? Or deplorables, as Hillary called us. We're just too dumb to decipher when the truth of the matter is they're the ones who fall hook, line, and sinker for every psyop. And we're the ones who are trying, like everybody always says, one of my favorite sayings, uh, the best part about wearing a tinfoil hat? No myocarditis. So I'm gonna leave it with that. Don't let them make you distrust the American people, right? So much of this is all designed for you to look at your fellow Americans and your fellow citizens and say, "Oh my God, aren't they stupid? Oh my God, they're bad." Because we elevate the most extreme voices because it's dramatic and it's entertaining. But the truth of the matter is, you guys, I have way more truth or faith in picking people randomly from the phone book than I do anyone in our media, anyone in our government, right? If you just pick at random, they would have a better sense and better discernment than the people who are trapped in these elite bubbles. And they should have zero authority to silence the rest of us. Zero.
100%. I mean, there's a joke between Savvy and I, like, oh, Aaron was right again. Because the truth is, we have been right, and we've been talking about this stuff for a long time, and we've been called, I don't know, racist and homophobes and phobophobes and bigots and whatever, and this and that, and Nazis and whatever. I just kind of laugh. I'm just like, yeah, okay, well, anyway. So I know this is true. Here's the receipts. Like, you can call me what you want, but you're going to have to argue with the receipts, not with me. Not really interested, So, yeah, I think it's important that this is all coming out, and I think this really shows the philosophy at the core of a lot of these midwits that went through our compromised education system that believed that, just like in the opening statements from Miss Troy when she was asked a question, and she said, and they asked her, they said, well, Miss Troy, I mean, why did they take Thomas Massey, I believe, said it. I'll probably play that clip again. Somebody clipped it already for me. Thomas Massey asked her, well, why do you think that they would censor that? They said, well, they probably had good reason. Like, this is the epidemic of the useful idiots in all these operations, with very few people having the malicious intent, and all these people believing they're on the right side of history when they're just useful idiots on the wrong side of history and the wrong side of America. And they are being exposed, and I'm here for it. So, Caroline, go ahead and then name.
I just wanted to go back to something that you and I have said all along, and that's that if people are exposed to the truth for long enough, they eventually will see it. And all of this is evidence of that. It is the government attempting to manipulate what we perceive as reality. I agree with Dustin. Like, we can't adopt this attitude that like our fellow men are stupid. They are misinformed. They've been gaslit, lied to, threatened. We've all seen what has been going on. What I did want to point out is that every time we see people in Congress willfully misunderstand the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and say things that are counter to what this country was founded on, we need to be calling that out 100%, very, very strongly. We have watched the word democracy be weaponized over the last however many years. And I know that for people who are politically involved, we just kind of look at this and roll our eyes and say, oh, there they go again. But this is a cultural problem. This is an education problem. A lot of people don't know what's going on. I within the last 2 years have spoken to people who have a record of voting Republican who did not know who Ron DeSantis was before he announced. So I think some people underestimate how little your fellow man actually knows about what's going on. Everybody's worried about paying their bills and taking care of their kids and doing their own life. So I think when we see these things, that it's like, hey, you actually are proving that you're ineligible for the position that you hold because you don't stand for the Constitution at all. We need to be calling that out relentlessly.
That's amazing, Caroline. I agree.
100%. I definitely agree as well. All right, let me get to the last couple of hands, guys, and I really got to kill this space. I've already gone longer than I should have. I've got to get back into bed and try to sweat this out because it's killing me. So, Name, go ahead.
Yeah, just end it, Trash. I mean, I was gonna say, if you want to hear the rest, Congressman Armstrong talks. I was gonna suggest playing it, but you sound sick, dude. But I would tell people go on Rumble, play the hearing, go to the end and listen to Armstrong because it's a very good exchange about basically government funding of COVID censorship, and I know that's a really important issue, obviously, to everyone. So and then Schellenberger really dissects it and does a really good job. So on the Rumble video, just forward to 2 hours and 33-minute mark and listen to that. It's definitely worth it. But Trash, I hope you feel better, man. And good job for standing up for yourself. We all support you.
I appreciate it. I did find, so it looks like Thomas Massey did send out the clip. I think this exchange is very important to end the space on. So, like, let me get to the hands. I saw Jim come up, Bill's up here, and Trucker's up here. So I'll get to your guys' comments, and then I'll end the space on that clip. It's about 4.5 minutes, but that exchange is really illuminating. So, yeah, go ahead, Bill. I know you've been waiting, and then Jim, I've got you, buddy, and then we'll go to Trucker, and then I'll go to that clip and end it.
Yeah, I just want to encourage you, Trash. Don't sweat the haters. You know you're over the target when they show up, so don't worry about that. And then on the disinformation that the masses have been fed, we no longer have investigative journalists in the mainstream media, right? They're owned by, I think it's about 6+ companies overall. And we used to have that, right? Where the drive was to get the scoop, and regardless of your political leanings. And that's how they made money, is to be the first to report, what was happening. Today we have scripts that are pushed down from the top, and you can see there's multiple videos out there where they're not only talking about the same topic, they're reading from the exact same script from the national news down to the local news. And so we really have to amplify the true investigative journalists that are now citizen journalists and ignore the mainstream media who's just pushing out disinformation. So keep up the good fight.
I appreciate you, Bill. Hey, Jim, good to see you. Go ahead.
Good. I'll be brief. By the way, just came over a flu myself, so definitely get yourself sleeping and get better. But and by the way, I got to catch up with you on what the attack is happening. I apologize. I've missed it. Been busy with stuff. But I do want to say this. Someone mentioned earlier about members of Congress not seeming to maybe even understand the Constitution. It is so much worse than that. I've made the case consistently, especially when I was getting so much flack, having been Thomas Massey's former chief of staff, that he was supporting the debt deal and doing whatever else that people have been criticizing him for this year. And fine, that's fair. But here's the thing: he's a member of Congress who I'm convinced, because of my personal knowledge of him, reads the Constitution every day. It's far worse than they don't understand it. It's that they don't even consult it. The dynamic problem in Congress right now is there is little to no effort ever of even asking oneself, so how are we doing with the Constitution today? Do we limit ourselves enough? Do we consider it enough? I saw that on 8 years of Capitol Hill. These people are ignorant of the Constitution. Even some of the ones in the past who have said, I carry a Constitution in my pocket every day. Thomas does do that. And he actually reads it. Nobody does. Nobody reads the thing. And that's what it's all about. The whole thing is about the Constitution. You've literally got people out in this country right now who, when someone in a local school board hearing asserts that children should be taught the Constitution, that is considered a right-wing nut job thing. That should be the most nonpartisan, non-political proposal ever, because the Constitution is what we are as a country. And obviously, we can't anthropomorphize it into some human characteristics. But the point is, the only way to define what we are as a country is to read through the Constitution to figure out what that definition actually is, and to engage that language and figure out what it means. There's no other way about it. So with that, I'll close with this point. I say all that to set up this point. The fact that any government official with any authority whatsoever undertakes any effort unrelated to criminal activity or specific rules that are being broken that have been duly passed by Congress, the fact that any government bureaucrat with any authority would ever seek to stop an American's desire and ability to speak in criticism of government action, to say anything they want in a political effort to tell people what they think of what's going on, that would ever happen is itself a criminal act. It's a criminal act, and it should be prosecuted as such. Every three-letter agency, and now with CTIL is an acronym for an effort, but CISA, even four-letter efforts that ever spend any moment of time telling any American that they cannot speak in a certain way behind that American's back to stop them from speaking in said way is an illegal act that can never happen, and we should have an entire redress process, including protests, major protests that people want to consider insurrections. We have a right to do that because this is a government of, by, and for the people. That's what Lincoln asserted, but he was able to because the preamble of the Constitution says it so. So we have to get back to being aggressive about that fact. The Constitution is not considered in Washington. Not considered in Washington, D.C. in any significant way. We need to change that. That's all I have to say.
100%. That's why we need people like Massey and others that are constitutionalists, whether you agree with them on every position they take. Because I think there's sometimes when people don't agree with Massey or other people, and a vote of no many times when they're literally going along constitutional lines because it doesn't fall into the partisan line that people want these people to vote on. I just don't disagree with that. I think we need to get back to it as well, Jim. I agree. All right, Trucker, go ahead. Carolina, I'm going to play this Massey clip and then I'm going to close it out.
Hey, thanks, guys, for letting me speak. If you're having trouble hearing me or anything, just interrupt me. That way I know. First of all, I want to say thank you to Trash for this extraordinary space. I haven't been on one of these for a while, and the last one I was on was really good, too, and this one has been extraordinary. I met Carolina down in Hagerstown, Maryland, involving the People's Convoy. And I wanted to add a few things and share some experiences that I have gone through with being an advocate in the trucking industry, human rights, against mandates, all that good stuff, and how it turned from the trucking industry to where I'm at today. I started back in 2017, 2018 as a trucking advocate, and I've been to 3 state capitals in Washington, D.C. a couple different times trying to fight for the trucking industry. Somewhere in 2020, 2021, mainly 2021 is when the Freedom Convoy in Canada got revved up. And I immediately got involved through social media and quickly became friends with Tamara Leach and Chris Barber, a.k.a. Big Red, and Rooster, and many of the people that were organizers of that convoy. So I did a convoy myself, started with 3 trucks, and we ended up with over 60 vehicles.
from Fargo, North Dakota, up to Pembina, North Dakota, to the Canadian-North Dakota border. And during that time, I was in contact with numerous people here in the United States that I've been involved with as far as creating slow roll protests. And if you don't know what a slow roll protest is, it's when you hang your flags and your signs on your semis and you drive at the minimum legal speed limit on the interstate in single file to get your message out. And the largest one I was on was probably the one in South Dakota where it spanned over 600 miles at minimum speed. And it talked about boring, but we got our point across. And the reason we do slow roll protests, ladies and gentlemen, is at the legal minimum speed limit, it forces people to drive by and see what you're out there doing and reading your signs. And it's a peaceful way of not impeding on somebody else's day and getting your message across at the same time. Indirectly, but forcibly, kind of, if that makes sense. But my point is, while I got involved with the human rights side of things and the Freedom Convoy in Canada and the People's Convoy here in the United States, I was one of the original organizers of that. I started noticing that my reach on social media dropped dramatically. And then I started realizing that I was being censored. And eventually they shut my Facebook off. I've been attacked by Canadian media for something that I wasn't even physically involved with, involving the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And anybody that knows me knows that I have always stood up for our service members, our police, and anybody is a public servant. Chucker, I'm sorry to interrupt you, man, but Congressman Massey has taken some time out to come join us, and I know his schedule is busy. I want to make sure we get right Absolutely. to it. We'll get right I back to it. digress.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
we
can hear
can.
you, Congressman. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, great. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was enjoying listening to your trucker there as well, and I appreciate everything he does. I just saw this space was going on, and I had a few minutes. I thought I would drop in. We had a great hearing today. I'm going to try to put some more clips of my colleagues' questions up. I thought it was interesting that the Democrats called a Republican witness, and right off the bat, I was the second questioner. I decided that we needed to examine her credibility, and I think she had none. She called everything a conspiracy theory and wild imagination, and tried to discredit our witnesses and our previous hearings. So I called her to the mat on that, and she had nothing to say. So I thought that was interesting. The number one question that I'm seeing people ask on Twitter right now in response to me putting up that video and clips, other clips, is what do you do now? Okay, you had a hearing. What are you going to do about it? And the one thing that we can do, the one thing that we should do, and the one thing that we probably can't do if we end up with some goofy omnibus bill is we need to defund it. Defund, defund, defund. Michael Schellenberger's helped identify the exact programs. Believe it or not, even though I'm a congressman, it's hard for me to figure out sometimes what pile of money this stuff is coming from. Schellenberger has figured that out. He advised me, and I've drafted legislation to defund these activities. And that's really the only and the most powerful thread that we have. So I just wanted to say that to you all. Thanks for having this discussion and for having other people speak who weren't on the dais, and for having the gentleman, I'm sorry to interrupt, who's practically an extension of our hearing. I appreciate you all doing this, and I'll yield to the host.
No, Congressman Massey, thank you so much for joining us again. And it's so funny. I was actually going to end the space because we were covering it all day. So essentially what I was doing while you guys were having the hearing is I had the hearing on the Judiciary YouTube, and I was kind of going through listening to clips. I was going to end the space on your clip because I thought it was really the most representative, and her answer was the most representative of what the actual poison and problem within our government is. Yes, there's a lot of people with malicious intentions, but there's also a lot of the people, and I'm not saying that you said this, I'm saying this, that were kind of the useful idiots saying, well, I'm sure there was a good reason for it. Okay, well, then no one's examining this. This is a problem, right, Congressman?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of gaslighting going on there, and the reason I used my tweet being flagged for censorship, which we know for a fact, there are things called JIRA tickets, JIRA, that the Stanford program would send straight to Twitter and other social media programs. We've got those tickets, and they show they were flagging my own tweets. So I found it a little difficult to stomach when the Democrat witness, who was former Mike Pence staffer, said this was all conspiracy theory when I was sitting there with the facts. I actually wasn't even going to talk about my own circumstance in this hearing until she said that, until she denied the existence of the censorship. And I also want to make sure everybody understands the reason I brought up my case of my tweets being censored and some of them flagged for censorship that might not have been censored, but I know I was censored on certain occasions, wasn't to say that congressmen deserve special privileges or that that we have more allowance for speech than you all do. It's to show that if they will do it to me, and they did it to me, they can get away with doing it to anyone. So that's why it's so important to defund this before it goes any further. I yield back.
Do you have any advice on where we can go to try to initiate a call to action for this process? And I try to send you a DM, but I don't think they're open.
Oh, okay. What I'm going to do, I had an amendment drafted, and I was going to defund this as part of one of the appropriations bills, but that appropriations bill failed. So what I plan to do is write a standalone bill, piece of legislation that I can put in the hopper, and then it will go onto the website, and then I can gather co-sponsors, and that's a vehicle that I can offer that will give you all a call to action. Your call to action then becomes, please co-sponsor HR, whatever the number ends up being. And then, you can go to that website and see if your congressman has followed through. And so I will try to create that call to action for you, or give you an ask of your congressman by creating that standalone legislation to defund the heart of the censorship.
Fantastic. We have the boots on the ground, so if we can just coordinate how this will be executed, I think we can just, shut this down pretty quickly.
By the way, somebody also mentioned that it's bad enough that I was being censored. I'm a congressman, and random people were being censored, but there were actual doctors with medical degrees trying to give advice about the risks of the vaccine who were censored, and that to me is really egregious because and by the way, stay tuned. I don't want to spill the beans or spoil the punch, but I'm going to have a hearing coming up, probably with some information on vaccines that you haven't heard about, and with a witness from the FDA, kind of a whistleblower, but just more of a conscientious person who saw what was going on there. And I'm going to be doing that, not in the weaponization committee. Hopefully this will be more of a bipartisan thing, because this was a person who would work there under Democrats and Republicans, and it'll be in the committee that I chair, which is the Committee on Administrative, State, and Regulatory Reform and Antitrust.
Is this something that I can
Right.
add?
Hold on,
to
Carolina. Hold on one
sorry,
second.
I just have to ask him if it's something that I can add in medical.
Carolina, please let Savvy ask a question while we've got some time. Go ahead, Savvy.
Thanks. Representative Massey, I wanted to thank you again for joining our space. You've been more than generous with your time, especially as it pertains to our Twitter spaces that we host. So I first want to extend that to you and say thank you. We held a space 2 nights ago where Matt Taibbi joined us when he made his initial drop. And I noticed that was also referenced in the hearing today, along with how it seems like everyone from the Democrat Party, their go-to every single time is Trump, 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 Trump.
Oh, yeah.
When he literally has nothing to do with this. It seems like now all we're seeing in any judiciary committee hearing is it doesn't matter what the issue is. Everything is going back to President Trump. How can we, in your mind, how can we here on our social media platforms sort of switch that narrative to the people that actually follow them?
Well, I think one of the members of our committee made a great point, which is if you're worried about Trump and you think he's going to be a dictator and you're worried he's going to get elected, then why would you want the government to have these censorship powers? Because those will all be Trump's administration when he gets elected. I thought that was a great way to turn it around on the I don't even want to call them liberals because they're, liberals used to be for free speech, on the statists. I think it's a great way to turn it around on them. Hey, I have to go because Byron Donalds just walked into my office. He wants to say hi to y'all.
Hey guys,
Well,
how
yeah.
you doing?
Hey, Byron.
Oh,
You're
I
my
mean, I just
sorry,
walked over. Huh?
Representative
You guys go.
Massey.
I'm sorry.
No, Representative Massey, no offense. Byron Donalds, he is my favorite. I met him at West Palm at the TV action.
I am
And
offended. He's
oh
laughing.
no.
No, say it
But
again. Repeat that.
I really have to go now.
thank you guys so much for joining us today.
All right. We'll
Of course.
talk to you later.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Thank you, Congressman Donalds and Massey. Appreciate you guys joining the space. And that's kind of what we were talking about before. That is like the fifth time now we've had multiple members of Congress join our spaces. And like, listen, this is not like a self-promotion thing. I think it's important that no matter what we're talking about, that it stays away from the partisan stuff unless it has to be discussed partisan. It's sticking to the facts, sticking down the middle, saying, okay, this is the truth. It doesn't matter what the truth holds, like, right? I mean, Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi, they even at the hearing themselves, and I'm going to play Massey's clip now for sure, because he just came up and spoke to us, so that's awesome. But like at the hearing themselves, like, yo, we're both Democrats, but y'all have lost your minds. Like, this is not good, and it's going to be used against the other person. That's what Congressman Massey was just talking about. It's going to be used against others, and if Trump is such a vile, wretched dictator, do you really want him having these tools if what you say is true? Absolutely not. And it is. He's right. It was 100% an excellent way to dismantle that nonsense argument. Number one, that he's a dictator. But number two, that there's no interest and there's no evidence, quote unquote, that any of these tools exist. So,
Well,
sorry.
Trash, congratulations, man. Talk about a well-earned, like, pop in right as you're, like, closing down, right? Like, pushing through the sickness to make sure that we get this done. I'm really glad that happened. I want to point out to you guys something really important about this. Name redacted in the pre-show, right? Told you that we could expect to see certain things. The fact that we are creating this kind of public accessibility to our members of Congress may be the most game-changing thing that we can do. So, right, beyond any specific bill or legislation, the fact that they feel necessary and worthwhile to come in these spaces and just give us updates and pop in after Massey excoriates, right, the censorship industrial complex there. And the fact that we have the lines of communication to bring them stuff when we're able to find it is an absolute game changer. And so, right, I am looking forward, Carolina. I'm sorry I cut you off there, and Trucker,
No,
you as
it's okay.
well.
I couldn't
I
really
I
hear Savvy. I couldn't
I
hear her
I
that well.
I
I
I
will
just know
always
that it's
yield my time to Massey and Byron Donalds, just
yeah,
for the record.
they're both pretty legit, and we'll go right back to you. But again, that's another place. If they take the time to come say, "Hey, I'm going to be presenting this legislation to defund this whole thing," I wanted to kick it to Name because I have a feeling Name was going to talk about the NDAA and the current status of that
Man,
conference.
you read my mind, man. Yeah, that's what I wanted to tell him about. Was basically what we talked to Gates about. Was, how these the Democrats or whoever, I mean, could be Republicans too, they will sneak in, these basically appropriations to give money to some place like the Global Engagement Center to turn, the Global Engagement Center was originally founded to basically push counter propaganda towards ISIS and, foreign type of propaganda, but they end up weaponizing it and turning it on the American public. So that's all I wanted to say to him. But I mean, I felt good about what he said, that he's going to use the power of appropriations to shut this stuff down. And I guess Schellenberger gave him some information about that. But the NDAA that they sent to the Senate already looked great to me. But we'll have him on other spaces, I'm sure, and we'll see when the NDAA gets kicked back to the House, what's in that thing. We'll do some spaces on that.
It's funny because I knew that's where you were going, right? And because it was the right question. But I think we all feel confident that Schellenberger, right, is up to date and up to speed on which things need to be defunded. And I have no doubt that we can also, if I will work to get a draft of whatever legislation Massey's working on that we can circulate in our private circles to make sure that nothing gets left out. Because this thing has a lot of arms and a lot of tentacles. But again, this accessibility and the fact that like he came in after Trash been like toughing through it. I've been on the road all day. So like really, really appreciate Congressman Massey and doing it, and everybody for being here, like focused on the issue at hand. The fact that we've been able to keep the conversation going is a testament to everybody, and I really appreciate it. I want to kick it back to Trucker since I cut him off like in the middle of what he was talking about. Then we'll kick it to Bill, and then Trash. I still want you to go to bed, brother. You need your rest.
All right. Hey, thanks for bringing me back here. I really do appreciate it. And again, I will always yield my time when you get Congressman Massey or Donald's on. I'm going to make my point, try to make it quickly here. Basically, I ended with me starting to get notice that I'm getting censored, and eventually did get censored. I got booted off of Facebook and numerous other platforms, all because I started sounding the alarm in early 2021 of the official treatment of remdesivir. And I read a study done in the Congo where it stated that 33% of people that were administered remdesivir ended up dying from it, from renal failure and other major organ failure. And that was when I noticed that censorship is very real in this country, even though we are protected by the First Amendment right, our First Amendment right. And it happened to people during the COVID era, of people that, even doctors that knew what they were talking about, that were trying to spread the truth and trying to warn people. Those were the people that were getting censored, and it still to this day just absolutely bothers me to my inner core that we live in a free country, so to speak, that where people are censored based off of their professional opinions and facts, basically. I was on a Zoom call with Dr. Robert Malone when I was in the planning of the People's Convoy, along with numerous other doctors, the Children's Health Network, lawyers. Lee Dundas, she's presented her case in front of Senate. So I know what I'm talking about, and I was naive up until that point that I didn't think that happened in this great country. Boy, was I wrong. And I've been a victim of that everywhere I've gone on social media platforms. But I just wanted to the point that censorship is real. I've been the victim of it. And again, Trash, what a spectacular space, and everybody that has spoken. And Carolina, I appreciate everything that you do. And I follow a lot of you that I see on here. And thank you again for allowing me to speak. And I'll yield my time. Thank you.
No, I appreciate you coming in, and obviously, a lot of us here that obviously are pro freedom of speech, pro First Amendment. Saw what was going on up in Canada, and it was horrific. And I feel really inadequate. The fact that I didn't recognize one of the witnesses here on the hearing today, because she has been a very outspoken voice in Canada as well, and I thought that she was a rock star. So I appreciate you joining us, and I think that this will transcend borders. I think this is going to be a movement around the world where people are saying enough is enough. I mean, we see what's happening in Spain. We saw the referendum on the establishment in Argentina. I don't really know much what Milei will do, but I find it interesting. We saw Geert in the Netherlands be elected. Again, another referendum on the establishment. And so, but in order for any of these other countries to survive, and I think adequately has been pointed out many times, America, the U.S. is the last stop, right? This is the last stop. There's no one going to come bail us out. The rest of the world is hoping we figure this out so we can come help them and get healthy in this country. And this system that we've seen, this CTIL, this disgusting, absolute disgusting, not only censorship machine, but an offensive psychological operation and influence machine that our own taxpayer dollars has been built and weaponized against us. If we take this down, we might have a chance. We might have a chance at getting back to common sense in this country, and to the Constitution in this country. And then once we're healthy, we can then go help other countries as well. So I know a lot of the people around the world are looking at us right now. Yes, I'm an American. I pay attention to America first, but for the reasons I just laid out. Not to have forever wars, not to go blow up kids in the desert, not to have 85 forward operating bases around the world so we have an expeditionary force that we can maintain the global dollar. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that if we are going to be the example and we are going to be the bastion of actual freedom and truth and freedom of speech and divine righteousness, well, it's going to start here, but it looks to me that it's going to end here if we don't get a hold of it. That's why all this stuff is so important to me, and this is why many things are not important to me. When everyone else wants me to care about a certain current thing and I say I don't really give a shit, here's what I'm looking at, here's what I'm talking about over here. This is why. Because I've identified and recognized that these are the things. The David Brock Media Matters, the Nandini Jammies, the influence operations and legacy media, this CTIL psychological operations unit, CISA, these NGOs. All of this is way more important to talk about than anything you want me to talk about else. I just don't care. Because if we don't fix this, then we can't even have a sane society where we disagree on politically and try to find a solution. And if we don't have that, then everyone else in the world is absolutely screwed. So, Bill, go ahead.
Amen to all that. And doesn't having the congressman join trump all those haters you've been battling? I wanted to ask him, what can Congress do? What can we do to fight that fourth branch of disinformation, the mainstream media? And I was happy to hear him talk about antitrust, because I think that's definitely an avenue to break up the monopoly of the news owners, and start to get the real truth out to people. Somebody said earlier that the more truth people hear, the more likely they're going to believe it. Well, what we're facing now is the only thing they're hearing is the misinformation, and they believe it, religiously. And it's a difficult battle. My own brother, we're polar opposites politically, but the truths he holds, just because he digests mainstream media information, and he'll die on the hill, and it's it's insanity. It's like fighting a cult. So keep up the good work, Trash. The proof is in the results, and you're getting results.
Appreciate you, Bill. Thank you very much. Looks like we're able to wind down here. Before I play, I'm going to end this space on, again, I mean, not because Massey was in here. I was already saying it before Congressman came in here, but now that he came in here, I'm definitely going to end the space on his clip. It's about 4 minutes. It's on his profile, so I'll just go pull that up. But do I have any final comments from like my favorite co-hosts, and anybody up on the speaker panel that want to add some comments before we close this down? If you want to, guys.
Extremely proud of us. I really am. Like, some of us have been up against it, right, for the past couple weeks, right? And to have, like we said, a respected sitting congressman hop onto Twitter, see our space, and go, that's it, because he trusts us and he's able to communicate with us, and we have decorum, and it's very, I'm very, very proud of us. So that's all I wanted to say here. And I'm glad I made both he and Byron laugh. That made me LOL. So
I'm still laughing. You're like, well,
I
since
just
since
told
Don.
Thomas Massey he was my 1B. I mean, come on.
That's funny. Any final thoughts, guys, before I play that clip, and then I'll play us out?
Rest up, brother. Thank you for grinding through, getting the laptop right, battling through the gunk to get this done. I think it's incredibly illuminating. I want to end with this, and my question, if I had asked Massey a question, was going to be around the offensive capabilities, which is the CTI leak files came out so recently. I don't know that the members who were doing the questioning fully grasped the psychological operations, the offensive capabilities that have been exposed this time. And I want to see that flushed out a little further because I think it changes the entire discussion. But I thought Schellenberger and Taibbi and Super Duper, man, did they hold down the fort. And again, we continue to advance. We're seeing new subpoenas, right? And they're finding out what threads they need to pull on. And it's giving us new threads to pull on. So win, 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 win. And keep up the great work, everybody. And Trash, get you some rest, brother.
Yeah, no, 100%. I will. And I think that's right. I think it's good, important to know. I wish uh, Congressman Massey, when he was in here, had a little bit more time to answer that question because you're right. I think looking at the offensive psychological operation capabilities of the CTI League system that's been exposed here, and as you remember, just a couple days ago when Matt Taibbi was in the space, he was talking about this. He said, "Look, guys, this is just the beginning. I'm going through all kinds of this stuff." So I suspect that the reporting between Schellenberger and Taibbi moving forward will have a lot of this offensive capabilities that they've been talking about. These influence operations, these disruptors, these people that insert themselves into private groups to break them apart and then leak information and make people look bad. We've seen it in group chats. There's a rule. Like I hate it when people take it personally on Twitter when I'm added to a group chat and I leave immediately. This is specifically why. This is specifically why I leave them immediately because I don't know who's in there and I have no idea what. And now we have the proof of it. If you go down to the chat, if you look down in the chat in the purple pill, I have attached Matt Taibbi's part 2, part 3, and Michael Schellenberger's part 1 of what we're talking about. If you want to know directly what we're talking about, just go to the CTI files part 3, the sock puppets and spies. This is 100% COINTELPRO style spy tactics, and it's not just censoring. It's creating these sock puppets and these bot accounts and these networks of burner phones so they can basically go in and try to influence and shape and rechange how something is being discussed. It's all there, guys. Go look at it. It's there for you. And so I suspect that we probably will get the congressman back in the space at some point as this continues on. I know some of the other Congress people that have come into the space definitely will return to ours. And I'm confident that Matt Taibbi, again, will return. The last time he's come to our space is when we were first starting to do Twitter files earlier in the year. He came in, and then he just came in a couple days ago when we were doing these CTI League files. So I suspect as their reporting goes on, we'll be able to hear from the horse's mouth and be able to ask more questions. Stay tuned to that. We'll have more Congress people in here. I'm sure of it. We have in the past. We will again. And I'm sure we're going to have, hopefully we'll get Schellenberger and Taibbi in the same space. I'd like to pick their brains. Because from what Matt had said a couple days ago in our space, he said, actually, Schellenberger and I kind of work separately. We don't really coordinate on a lot of this stuff. He's like, I'll talk to him when I'm up at Capitol Hill today. He's like, but we really don't talk a whole lot on this stuff, which I think is important, number one, because they're individually looking at the information themselves that the whistleblower has given them. But number two, I think it's important because it doesn't really matter what they think. I just want the straight reporting. I don't need their opinion on it. So I think this is really good stuff. We've had some great wins, to your point, Savvy, this week. We've had some great wins after taking it on the chin for a while now. So I'm here for it. I'm going to play this clip to play us out because I think it's really illuminating on what everything that we're talking about here. But Carolina, go ahead real quick, and then I'm going to play that clip. And then I will end it, guys. I've got to get to bed. I feel like garbage.
Okay, I just, since everybody's guilt tripping me for hogging the representative, I'm gonna have to schedule you guys an appointment with him. So, but what I wanted to say is, when I get a chance to just tackle on anything, like we did with Bill AB, what is it, 2098. In California with Gavin Newsom, we have to be very serious. And you heard, an opportunity for a call to action. So please look forward to how we're going to coordinate this in the back end. Of course, I'll delegate this with Savvy, Dustin, and Trash, so that the next time that he comes up here, we have a concise plan of action on how we're going to execute. And this is how we get things done. So I'm very proud of everybody that's come up here. We're also putting the timeline, not just of the COVID, but of the censorship as well. We've worked with some of the material with Peter Navarro, lots of other incredible people that, worked from the very beginning of when this entire ordeal with COVID, the censorship, and everything that transpired leading up to what Trash has put out there with the Biden case just recently. So I just really want to thank everybody for doing this. Retweet this space. You don't have to like anybody up here. You just have to understand that this is valuable information. And please, if you see any of our friends up here, have a tip jar. If you want to feel like you want to help, I mean, this is free work from everybody. We're not getting paid. We're not hired by any letter agency. So I just really want to encourage you guys to please think very carefully when you throw things out there. Like, I'm trust me, I've mastered understanding the rules for radicals with Saul Alinsky. So if you're gonna be boots on the ground, you're gonna take part in anything you're doing, please understand that we're up against this complex that is multi-layered. So that's what I wanted to say, and thank you everybody for doing this. And just let's take it to the back channels, which I coined that term, to get shit done. So that's what I have to say. Good night, or I'll talk to you guys in the next space. I should be doing one with Seth on the updates on the HIR codes in the World Health Organization, which, by the way, is not over. They have a lineup of bunch of shenanigans coming up, and so I've been neglecting that because I think the border, the election integrity, and these issues with censorship have taken the priority. So pardon if we are rude about other issues and we are upset about anybody derailing anything, but it's just we have to stay the course and save this country. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and this was breaking during the space where we were holding it. I'm going to play this clip of Massey. It's about 5 minutes, but before I do, Ken Paxton is suing, taking the court, the WHO. So this should be interesting. If you guys want to go check that out, it should be on Ken Paxton's official Twitter. I was kind of reading over it a bit while everyone was talking, but again, I'm trying to keep my brain capacity focused today because I am operating at 50% speed. All right, guys, I appreciate all the final comments, everybody that's been here. I'm going to play this clip out. Once it's done, I'll come back, and then I'll end the space. But wow, what a space today, huh, guys? Stay tuned as we continue to do these, because I suspect more people like congressmen and people that are actually in the know, people from the Heritage Foundation will probably be attending our Project 2025 spaces. So anyway, I just want to talk to the people that matter on this. And so this is, again, I think what encapsulates a lot of the arguments that's being made. I think Thomas Massey took this Olivia Troy to absolute task. And the way she responds and how she interacts is just so indicative of how poisonous these midwits, these crisis of credentialed people in the government act. And take a listen to this. Ms. Troy, you stated in your opening statement that this committee was indulging in fantasy detached from reality, that members of this committee and their witnesses make grand and vague accusations about government censorship, and that we are spreading conspiracy theories about government censorship. Would one of those conspiracy theories be that government-funded agencies were flagging and trying to censor official congressional accounts on social media? Are you denying that occurred?
I would have no knowledge of that. I'm not aware of that happening.
Well, we're going to make you aware of that right now. Mr. Schellenberger, can you speak to this tweet? I saw that you flagged this in one of your recent articles on Substack. Can you tell us why this tweet brought attention in your article?
Yeah, because that was one of the tweets that that the Virality Project at Stanford Institute Internet Observatory had flagged to Twitter as misinformation, and that I believe it was labeled or censored in some other way.
So it was the Stanford Virality Project that is funded by the the government, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And so their purpose, ostensibly, is to stop misinformation, malinformation, and to flag things they say that might be against the terms of service of the social media companies. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Ms. Troy, is there any reason you think that this should have been flagged?
Depends on whether you're spreading inaccurate information.
Well, it references a study from Israel, a published study from Israel, and the tweet just restates the title of the study. Does it trouble you that
companies to review their policies? It's an internal choice.
Yeah, are you going to sit here and maintain that it's a conspiracy theory that this occurred? We have the documents. Mr. Schellenberger has the documents that showed that this occurred.
Well, then it was flagged for a reason.
What's the reason? Is there ever a good reason to censor a member of Congress? This is my official account. This is not a personal account. This is not a campaign account. This is my communication with my constituents. By the way, I bring this up not to claim that members of Congress have more right to free speech than the general public. In fact, I don't even think the press or the media has more rights to the First Amendment than the general public. The general public has the same rights that we have. And I bring this up to show, number one, that your testimony is false. But number two, if they can do this to a member of Congress's official account, they can do it to anybody. Now, I want to move on to the origins of these programs. Mr. Schellenberger, can you tell us about the Cyber Threat Intelligence League? Was this just a group of vigilantes, concerned citizens, or was it in any way connected to the government? And what did they endeavor to do?
Yeah, this was so. First of all, it's a pretty ludicrous founding, which was that this is a group of Israeli, so-called former Israeli intelligence, former British intelligence, also working at Microsoft, and others who basically said, we're going to volunteer our services. These are some of the world's greatest so-called cybersecurity professionals, volunteering their services to multi-billion-dollar hospital and healthcare organizations whose own IT organizations spend millions of dollars a year on cybersecurity, supposedly volunteering this. This was the premise of the whole thing. It then created this third part that I mentioned. They had physical security, cybersecurity, they added cognitive security. And the people that did that were 2 UK and US military contractors. This was one of the most sophisticated misinformation I've never seen. Anything so organized, anything that was so focused on a particular goal, and it had so many people that came from military and intelligence organizations. It gave me the creeps just reading about it.
And in the documents, is it true that they use their agency SEALs, FBI, CISA, when they were communicating with each other?
That's right, and the whistleblower provided screenshots of Slack conversations that included officials from DHS, Facebook, and the CTIL League.
So it would be hard for somebody to claim that these folks weren't agents of the government or acting in coordination with the government or using things that they learned. Were some of them still employed by the U.S. government when they were undertaking this?
Yes, Pablo Brewer was working for the U.S. Navy at the time, and many of the others were claiming to be volunteering their time even while working their day jobs for the government.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Ms. Troy, you stated in your opening statement.
Absolute fire. And he's absolutely correct. And I think that he actually covered a lot of the ground that all of us have been talking about for a long time. Stanford Internet Observatory, the SIO, with Alex Stamos and CIA Renee DiResta, working in conjunction with NGOs, Kate Starbird out of the Washington Observatory, National Science Foundation, doing a lot of this funding through government fund money to censor Americans. But he specifically pointed out there also at the CTI League. If you guys have not seen this reporting or thread, I don't know how you haven't, but if you haven't, go down, look in the chat. You can look on my profile as well. We did a space on it 2 days ago where we broke it all down. If you go listen to that space, it's in my highlights. Matt Taibbi came in and told us what to look forward to in the future. But the reason I wanted to end on that clip, and I'm so glad that Congressman Massey actually joined us in the space a little while ago, because I thought it was one of the better exchanges, because he really laid out everything that we've been talking about, that Schellenberger and Taibbi have been talking about, and many other people who are doing Twitter Files reporting.
But this CTI league was like the missing gap. It was like the hole in the research where we couldn't figure out where a lot of this origination was coming from and how this apparatus was built. Well, this is it, right? So this is it, in conjunction with CISA, the Cybersecurity Administration under the Department of Homeland Security, developed this apparatus with this Terp lady from the UK, British intelligence, and Pablo Bruno, working out of naval intelligence, and they developed the system to not only censor Americans or people around the world, but then to run offensive influence operations. And I would just like to point out in this reporting that we don't talk about a lot. In the sock puppets and spies, there was an operation that they ran successfully, and they talk about it here, where they say it's not only just infiltrating, honeypotting, and fake framework that was built up in these sock puppet accounts, but they also ran a successful campaign in Turkey where they convinced everyone of a false flag operation that they basically were able to able to create these false flag operations, including pinning ISIS bombings on the Kurds. Now, the whole point of that is to what, right? Create influence ops and blame some other person's bombings on the Kurds versus the actual ISIS members that it happened with. So they actually were also talking about the operations they did globally. This is some sick stuff, but this is all stuff that we knew this stuff, right? But now we have the receipts. We have a whistleblower that came forward that has just dumped all of this info. And over the next coming weeks and months, we're going to be covering this along with Mr. Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi and the Congress people. And I just appreciate you guys being here. Any final thoughts before I close this down, guys?
Yes, as your manager, I need you to go into the kitchen, get lemon and some honey, and get some rest.
Will do.
I just think everyone in this space really needs to pay attention to this because we're seeing this on a very grand scale. But if you don't think, if you're in some of these, and I am a DM chat leaver as well. I always have been. It's nothing personal. But if you don't think that those chats, and I'm not saying all of them, please understand, but with, if you don't think those have necessarily been infiltrated of people that have tried to earn your trust over the past couple Twitter spaces, you're sadly mistaken. It happens even on a smaller level as it pertains to us. So just really pay attention because there are so many different threads to this spider web, right? So, and you just, you have to have discernment and you have to be okay with not being in the cool kids club, right? And you have to just keep moving forward, focusing on your end goal. And if someone is in your sphere that does not, I'm going off on a tangent, but if they're affecting you, but in a way they really have no input or on your end game or your outcome, then move on.
Yeah, I'll end with that too, Savvy. I did a video on it. Disruption, distraction, and disinformation ops are still in play right now. And if you don't have, right, the easiest way to combat it is ask yourself why you're investing time in this platform and whether or not the time you spend here is actually accomplishing that goal. If you just regularly take inventory of those two things, you become vastly less susceptible to the kind of manipulation that they're counting on.
I think these the CTI League threads are just explosive and very educational. Again, to second Savvy and Dustin and Trash, be aware whether it's group chats or bad actors. They're on this platform. I didn't come on here to out bad actors, but one landed on my lap. We're not going to go on about it. You guys know who I'm talking about. He infiltrated the Twitter files. People do it. And notice he wasn't at the meeting today coaching Schellenberger in the background. He's not allowed there anymore. So stuff happens. Be aware. It's not about creating Twitter drama or any of that nonsense. It's just if you see something and you've got pretty damning receipts, then unfortunately some of us are called to expose these things. Be careful of people. So many people, I cannot tell you, lie about their credentials. So I'm an anonymous account. I've never claimed to be anything. Okay. So just because someone has a face and a name and says they work somewhere doesn't mean it's true and does not necessarily give them credibility. So just be aware. And when someone is outed as basically lying about their entire resume, they're typically running an op. And the CTI League, these threads, mainly literally on PSYOPs being run, that is exactly it's happening here on Twitter. I mean, just be aware. Don't automatically reject things if someone's sort of outed, and then don't be naive. It's hard because it's some of the people that we like, unfortunately. But I would encourage everyone to read all three of these CTI League threads. Very informative, very detailed explanations of how these people run PSYOPs. And a lot of times they will put in people that you think or that align with all of us. That's like the best way to do it, to come in and disrupt or distract or even infiltrate. Okay. And damage people personally. So just be careful and be aware. And now just basically because of these receipts, believe that it is real and it's still going on. So, and these people are good at it too. It's scary.
NLP. I've learned that name. NLP.
100%.
All right, we're gonna shut it down, Trash.
All right,
Because
that's
Feel
it.
better, Trash. Thank
moving
you.
fast.
Well, we did it, guys. We almost 5 hours almost. We did it, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So we did the damn thing. I'll see you guys soon. I know Savvy and I have a space coming up soon we need to do on Project 2025. Obviously, there's going to be more reporting on the CTI League stuff, and obviously we will be on top of it, and we will bring it to you guys and be able to continue to color in the lines so it makes easy, digestible sense because it's a lot of stuff, but it's all connected with everything that we've been covering over the last year or so. So stay tuned.
All right, feel better. Don't die on this, Trash.
I am not ascending to the grand trash can in the sky, but
That sounded so horrible earlier. I'm so sorry. I'm like, oh, you know what? Never mind. I'm in heaven.
I thought it was funny. No, you've already because you said it to me already. But no, I am ascending to bed. All right, you guys, stay tuned. I'll see you guys soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Turn 2020.